Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 10th Gadjah Mada International Conference on Economics and Business in collaboration with the 7th Gadjah Mada International Conference on Islamic Economics and Developments, Accounting and Finance and Business Research 2022. My name is Eta Auria and I am very honored to be your master of ceremony today. Gadjah Mada International Conference on Economics and Business and Gadjah Mada International Conference on Islamic Economics and Developments, Accounting and Finance and Business Research are annual international conference organized by the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Gadjah Mada. This year, the conference will explore the theme of digital transformation in economics, business, and accounting. This conference is aimed to provide a forum for sharing, disseminating, and promoting cutting-edge research in current economics and business issues, both from a general perspective and an Islamic perspective. This conference is also attempting to facilitate intensive and productive networking among academics, policymakers, practitioners, students, and other parties. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in a very short moment, we are going to start our first plenary session for GAMAICEB and GAMAICI 2022. And the first session will be managed by our honorable moderator, Mr. Gumilang Arya Sahadewo, Ph.D. Here it is, the profile. Mr. Gumilang Arya is an assistant professor at the Department of Economics and also the Vice Dean of Research, Community Service, Cooperation, and Alumni, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He earned his Ph.D. degree in economics from the University of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA. His research interests are experimental economics, the economics of education, and the economics of tobacco control. His current projects investigate the livelihood of current and former tobacco farmers in Indonesia and distance learning during COVID-19. He has published articles in Journal of Human Resources, Journal of Development Studies, and Tobacco Control. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first moderator, Mr. Gumilang Arya, Ph.D., to lead the discussion. The time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Eta. Again, good morning, honorable plenary session speakers and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the first plenary session of the 10th Gadjah Mada International Conference on Economics and Business with the theme of digital transformation in economics, business, and accounting. Digital transformation has been accelerating innovations and economic growth in the past 2 decades. And we also observe a significant adoption of digital products and services during the COVID-19 pandemic. It trickles in every aspect of our lives. Digital transformation comes with challenges. How fast is the adoption of digital transformation by businesses? Businesses need change management strategy, adoption of complex software and technology. They need to continuously evolve to meet the customer needs. However, at the same time, many businesses are actually lacking in digital transformation strategy and, most importantly, proper IT skills. How will digital transformation adoption impact businesses' productivity and profitability? And we also want to know, how do we ensure equal access to these digital products and services, as well as transformation? So in this first plenary session, we aim to understand the bright and exciting future that the digital economy has to offer and how digital transformation has been instrumental in businesses from micro, small, medium enterprises to banks. And lastly, we will learn the current development in visual content analysis and its application. Therefore, we're pleased to welcome 3 distinguished speakers who are with us this morning. Professor Adiningsih, a professor in economics at Universitas Gadjah Mada, who has been working on the topic of digital economy in the past 2 decades. Dr. Banjaran Surya Indrastomo, a practitioner of Bank Syariah Indonesia, and Junbum Kwon from the University of New South Wales, who has been working on analysis in mass and social media, ad and product review, as well as ad effectiveness. Now, before we start the plenary session, please don't turn on your microphone unless being asked. And don't forget to fill in the attendance and feedback forms after the completion of the plenary session. And for some reason, if you're unable to join the Zoom meeting, you may visit our YouTube channel for the session. So without further ado, I would like to first invite our distinguished plenary session speaker, Professor Sri Adiningsih. Professor Sri Adiningsih is a professor of economics at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Gadjah Mada. She is also the founder of Institute of Social, Economic, and Digital, or ISED. Professor Adiningsih completed her education at the Department of Economics, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, United States in 1996. And she also completed her master's degree in economic policy, University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, United States. We're very happy to welcome Professor Sri Adiningsih to become the first plenary session on the topics of digital economy. Professor Sri Adiningsih, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Gumilang. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would love to, present and discussing with all of you about the new development in general in economic and also, of course, business accounting at a glance for the digital transformation and also the future. I would love to share the screen. Okay. Could you see my screen? Okay. Anyway.
Yes, we can, Professor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. You know, like which has been present and mentioned by Mr. Gumilang, yeah, that digital transformation plays important role, not just in expand economy, but also developing economy, countries, yeah, even in the rural area. And I believe it's also very important in economic recovery and development. We are going to take a look here that actually when we are entering the new millennium, there are many economic transformation, like Asia emerged as world economic power, and I believe still until now. Global warming, disruption, digital transformation, or also industrial revolution is not just 4.0, but also 5.0. And countries becoming usually to be more protectionist, and of course pandemic, and then we are talking like new and next normal. That is, of course, in Indonesia we still live in pandemic, pandemic, that's why we still wear masks, when we are, outside. And we know that the longer the lockdown, there is still in China, I think. But we don't have it in Indonesia anymore. That would be different economic scars. And economic scar, I believe, is still no, and could slower economic recovery. That's why, that countries have to strive for a better balance between taking advantage of globalization and a necessary degree of self-reliance, for now. And it's something is easier to say, but not it's very not easy to be implemented. Especially right now, a lot has been done and achieved. I mean, countries, business, we all try to to recover from pandemic, economy is start recovering, in some countries and also in Indonesia, but the world economy face some risk as limit. I believe that you understand quite well all the risks we are facing now, and actually global economic development and prospect are dynamic. It's not just after pandemic, then economic recovering would be achieved soon, but actually there is some dynamic, especially you know that like Russian Ukraine war, increasing commodity prices even has been a little bit lowering now, and also of course the pandemic. I mean, sometimes we thought that it's been close to finish, but then there is outbreak and again, and of course global supply chain, disruption. So that's now we face this kind of situation. Even we really do hope that the economic recovery would be on the right track, And there are some leading towards, energy and food crisis. Even the price has been a little bit lowering, but still compared to the years before, still high. High inflation, of course, in some country, even developed economy had 8%, 9% interest rate increase. We just hear, I think yesterday, like Fed fund rate increase, interest rate, again, and also Bank Indonesia, Indonesian Central Bank, and they would know like watching whether we are going to stagflation or not. And of course, if stagflation happen, would be influence a lot of our life. But of course, I mean, in general, that's what need to be watched. Ladies and gentlemen, even actually economic recovery, it is believed still continue, but overshadowed by risk and uncertainty in the global market. If you take a look like the projection of economic growth, lowering than last year, for this year and next year, still not compared to in this for a World Bank projection, also IMF, and Indonesia, case economy, we are recovering, but and social, economic social has been improved, but unemployment, poverty, and inequality is still high. We are talking like digitalization now, what we are experiencing, we are not just talking in industrial revolution 1, 2, 3, 4, but actually we are talking right now industry 5.0, which thing from shareholder to stakeholder here, and would make like 4.0 becoming human-centric, promote talents, diversity, empowerment, and also supposed to be more resilient, agile and resilient with flexible and adaptive technology and sustainable, lead action on sustainability and respect planetary boundaries. So make it more human-friendly, focusing on human, not just technology, but also resilient and for the planet, That's why if you take a look here, most important thing, of course, suppose should reduce cost, but also improve safety and well-being, also empower worker, still remaining in control, competitive, of course, then also attracting best talents, and training and evolving skill is important. So, uh, transform from just technology development, center on people, and also the word. Yeah. And of course, if we are talking digital economic disrupt, gradually will enter all sectors, start from actually here, and actually if there is core, narrow scope, and broad scope digital economy, but in general, what we are talking like digital economy is all of this issue, and disruption start from media, and then slowly all would be disrupted. So would at the end of the day wouldn't be no more economic digital terminology because all digitalized. And whether digital is important or not in the economic recovery, actually this is survey conducted, and from World Economic Forum. You could see here digitalization for economic recovery is important, even very important, Take a look the blue, area, and that's very important because digitalization, especially in developing countries, economy, like Indonesia, we are getting more tech savvy, left behind as compared to the advanced economy. If we take a look just Indonesian case, 90% large firm, 58% small firm, and 32% micro firm. More in the future, has already used digital, in their business, because a lot of benefit we could reach, for business and our daily life, and even there is digital divide among countries, economies, but in general, because developing economy like Indonesia, India, we are also a lot of the young people more digital savvy. We are becoming one top 10 countries by number of startup, Just take a look Indonesian startup, unicorn, Dekacon, actually, I believe more would become because really develop fast in Indonesia. Even like I has mentioned before, there is digital divide among economy, but this also could show in the digital competitiveness, and economy usually have to be higher digital competitiveness, but it doesn't mean like Indonesia, even digital competitiveness is not that high. But like I have shown before that in terms of development of startup, we are one of 10 biggest number of startup in the world. And digitalization would still be developed. Even take a look last year, developed fast, 49%. And for the future, this is study shown that actually even in Indonesia would be developed more. Take a look 2021 until 2030 would be expected the internet economic gross merchandise value would be 5 times in Indonesia, even in Philippines 9 times, Vietnam 11 times, So would really develop fast. I mean, it's important, of course. We are in academic university and of course business professional. We need to take a look at this development. In ASEAN, if there is some studies show that ASEAN digital economy has potential to add an incremental 1 trillion GDP by 2025. So it's really big. So it's good opportunity for all of us to how really the potential could be realized. And even in Indonesia, the study also show, that if Indonesia expand its ICT investment, GDP growth can be accelerated 1% point. So, of course, it's really interesting because increasing GDP growth by 1 percentage point by expand ICT investment. I think if we do it really well, hard, it would be beneficial and fruitful, and of course, if we are talking, the development of digitalization would be still in the future, develop and also expand, even in developing economy, countries. But, if we are talking, because we are still in pandemic era now, the new normal, or somebody say next normal will be far more tech-driven, actually use more technology, also digitalization, but has been mentioned also by Pak Gumilang, presenting more big challenges. That's why we in academic also need to take a look, and of course doing some study research about it, like worsen economic inequality. That's what happened if we are developed fast, then but the economic inequality increasing, it's just business as usual. So maybe we need to take a look, see what we need to do at least to make the development of digitalization transformation not just lessening the inequality, but actually supposed to be beneficial for all. And also put the challenge, enhance the power of technology, and also could multiply the speed of misinformation. That's why we need to take a look, to study research about this area, because life post-pandemic will change in value, lifestyle, and mass production. I mean, a lot of things has and will change, and this area, I mean, this would be interesting for academic and researcher to get into, because we are in the changing, in the transforming era, and it's not just because interested, but also could help people, government, society, so that the transformation, not just transformation, to more expand, but also beneficial for all. Because, like if you take a look at the online, will stick around after the pandemic, because convenient, more flexible, efficient, more productive. There are study, I believe that also research study in any other country, in Indonesia, also in US, but I believe also a lot of study would show the same thing. Yeah. And actually, there are some business would really be still continue growing using online, but some would be some adjustment. Like if you take a look at e-commerce penetration would be still growing, but like restaurant delivery still growing, but after the pandemic it is expected with because we still love to eat at restaurant, right? But anyway, but automation adoption would be increasing. Online education still increase, but would be, because even I am as professor, I still like, enjoy teaching in class. And I believe also my student, Development post-pandemic also would disrupt, for digitalization in all aspects of our life. We have discussed it before, like work. Even now we are talking like digital movement. And Indonesia, Bali, Jogja becoming favorite place for digital movement. And yes, many digital movement has come to Indonesia. If you are interested, not just student, because if you are doing for professor doing research and also doing dissertation, becoming digital movement also would be interested in working in Bali, for example, or in Jakarta. And yes, education, would be technology, online content with the classroom optional, no? For me, like, no, I am in Palembang, so yesterday I did using online, but if I am in Jogja, I did offline. Of course, online courses and content and a lot of things you can name it and see it. And of course here, if we take a look, and there are development almost in all our aspects and business, and also in the technology development implementation, but internet thing market is expected to have the largest market among technology brands in the future. Just take a look, IoT, then robotic would develop fast, solar, 5G, AI, and actually, what interesting is that central bank usually very prudent, but they now start to study, and some has been launched, using central bank digital currency in their market, gaining more traction within the financial sector. We could just take a look. Even in China, Shanghai is going cashless, and Shenzhen, I believe, so if we go around in the city, no need to bring cash anymore, Even also I heard that in any other developed economy, and they also have already used that, Metaverse and NFTs will develop. If we take a look, if you following the news, like China has launched 6G satellite, also R&D, and more company join Metaverse, different university. So we are not just going online, but virtual, and I don't know. I believe that for the youngest is very interesting, but maybe also this new development is really developing economy would be make it as more difficult to catch up, and because the technology safe, and also would impact on tomorrow's job, because hotel, hospital, almost all, using more robot, yeah. So we are university, and of course also academic and also education. So take a look. Then what should we, at least doing some research? So would be the best for education university to provide our students with this new development, because in the future will be more and more robot, yeah. Because also if we take a look, there are some jobs emerge but also declining. For the one with growing, analytical thinking and innovation, active learning and learning strategies, creativity, originality, initiative, technology, design, programming, critical thinking. But there are some declining, yeah, just like manual, dexterity, endurance, passion, technology in installation and maintenance, yeah. Even if you take a look, declining accounting, bookkeeping, and payroll clerk, consider as declining demand, yeah. And actually, also the emergence of gig economy. So I don't know whether we could just like doing how to provide with our students, yeah, by doing research and discussion, yeah, like this is would be great, yeah. And what is interesting actually, Asia Pacific and Japan digital skills study show that there is digital training gap, yeah, in almost many countries. In Indonesia, 63%, and even Japan, 80%. So that would be actually university academic business, yeah. So how should we like education, training, and also teaching students, so that would be increasing the gap but lowering the gap, yeah. And because this time digital education becoming more and more important, and consider benefited like personalized learning, cooperative learning, is to access, flexibility, better preparation for the job market, yeah. And 84% at least for this studies show students believe that digital learning technology can improve their education. So I don't know whether any of you have different study, yeah, show different research, but at least it's very important role, yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, actually we are in higher education institution should transform, yeah. And actually in this shown that driver of digital transformation in higher education, at least 4 points really important: enhance competitiveness, controlling costs, better user experience, greater agility. And here, if we take a look, the effect of digital transformation and education, this is one study. Might be you could also doing some research about this, yeah. Improving student experience, meeting challenge, changing student need efficiency, whatever. I mean, it's still this is really for us in the higher education, we need to transform, yeah. And even actually now in Indonesia, we also of course in government university, we also have start transforming, yeah, our education. But if you take a look Indonesian private sector landscape in Indonesia, according to online analytical portal, actually we have 115 edtech startup in Indonesia. Of course, most of it in Jakarta and surrounding area, but I would love to share with all of you. We are going there, yeah. In Indonesia, even digital program, online courses, online degree in university, even metaverse. Also in Indonesia, we have already entering it, yeah, because one university, I understand that in some classes, yeah, courses, yeah, they use metaverse, but Hong Kong University of Science Technology is becoming first metaverse campus, yeah. And I believe would be more and more campus going not just digital, metaverse, yeah, and would be our future. Then I would love to conclude my presentation. First, digital play important role in economic recovery and development, and of course in the future. Digital transformation and disruption will continue, enter all sector, even good to virtual. Digitalization would accelerate development and prosperity for all because flexible in time and place if infrastructure supported, that of course also policy supported, yeah. Human at the center to be successful in digital transformation. That's why upgrading human as worker, professional, business person, yeah, it's very important if do not want to be left behind or less competitive in digital era. And of course, research and education in digital, virtual, knowledge and implementation is important in economy, business, and accounting. Then training, learning, literacy, skill and talent in digital and virtual knowledge, yeah, and implementation is important. I think that I would love to share with all of you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Surya Adiningsih, for the exciting and inspiring first plenary session talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I would like to summarize what has been delivered by Professor Surya Adiningsih. One, we're almost at the post-pandemic state, so the economy recovery continues. However, we need to make sure that we look out for some of the risks, such as geopolitical tensions, stagflation, supply disruption, as well as climate change. In the context of Indonesia, where our economy has been improving since the start of the pandemic, but we have to pay attention to the still high unemployment as well as poverty rate. So digital economy disruption, it's already blooming in the core sector, and it's going to soon trickle down to all sectors in the economy. And it's very, very important for the context of economic recovery. One, digitalization developed very, very fast. We as humans are getting more tech savvy, and firms are also getting more tech savvy, from large firms to micro firms. The internet economy is growing, and as predicted, the ASEAN digital economy is going to add about $1 trillion in GDP due to the internet economy. We're also going to see COVID-19 prompted consumer and business behavior, which will shift e-commerce, restaurant delivery, online grocery. And we're also seeing financial market transformation allow further adoption of digital economies, such as the development of blockchain, digital payment, and many other crypto assets. So we still have challenges in the future, even though we're already attractive an economy. One, there could be a worsened economic inequality because there is an inequality of access to this digital world. So for the people, living in poorer households, they would have less knowledge on the opportunities, and they would have lower opportunities and access to this digital training and literacy training, which are important in the adoption of digital technologies. At the same time, there are challenges in the ability of digital products and services to actually multiply the spread of misinformation. And so I think what Professor Adiningsih has said, that human is at the center of this digital economy, is going to be the key in the future. Therefore, I would like to propose several key research questions. Again, these are not limited to the one that I will propose, and there will be more. However, from the summary of Professor Adiningsih, one, what will be the impact of technology disruption on productivity and economic inequality? And second, how would technology disruption affect consumer and firms' behaviors? And what are the strategies to improve and upgrade human at the center of digital transformation as workers, professionals, as well as business persons? Thank you so much, Professor Adiningsih, for the inspiring talk. We will have a specific question and answer sessions for all the distinguished plenary speakers. But for now, I would like to invite Dr. Banjaran Surya Indrastomo, who will be our second plenary session speaker this morning. Dr. Banjaran Surya Indrastomo is a Senior Vice President and Chief Economist at the PT Bank Syariah Indonesia Terbuka. He's also a lecturer at the Islamic Economic Program at Universitas Indonesia. He completed his Ph.D. in Islamic Economics at Durham University, United Kingdom, back in 2019. So it's an honor to have Dr. Banjaran today with us, and he's going to share about digitalization in Islamic banking, which is a very, very interesting topic and a very interesting development in the context of Indonesian financial market, particularly Islamic banks. Without further ado, Dr. Banjaran, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gumilang. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests and speakers. We have prior to this, we have Professor Adiningsih explaining about the landscape within which there is digital economy is actually growing. She already pointed out all the important points, as well as adversities that is going on within the digital world, and how then it can actually improve Indonesia competitiveness, especially in reaching into a developed stage in 2036. In my part, I'm going actually beyond my usual area of expertise. Well, I used to be specializing in this, but in the last recent 2 years, I've been mostly talking about applied economics. But it's good to be able to share on something that perhaps of the interest of the crowd. And importantly, I guess this is something that already highlighted in the Prof. Adiningsih presentation, and partial disruption that is actually going on with the digital evolution is also targeting the financial sector. And in that, I try to walk into how then that's happening what's happening in Indonesia, the background story in Indonesia, its urgency, demography, landscape, as well as the consumer behavior. And I will also talk about the double disruption, what I call a sweet entanglement, where you have, at one hand, prior to the COVID-19, we have the issues of digitalization threatening the existence of the financial institution, demanding or forcing the financial institution and landscape to evolve, while at the same time, when the COVID-19 is actually happening, it was actually the way out for the financial institution to perform or to provide its services to the mass product. And I will also talk about digital finance, its future landscape. Is it a future landscape of survival for Islamic finance? Talking about not only the issue of digital world, digital economy, digital finance, digital banking, in the idea of not only championing or becoming the market leader, but also as a way of surviving, which we already see in part of the story in Indonesia as well, and where Islamic finance is actually positioned in this. And I'm also going to talk about the Banjaran Indonesia story digitalization and why we are actually opting not toward digital banking, but rather toward digital services as part of the strategy. And I'm also going to touch on the future landscape and the way forward. So I guess I had coming from the private sector, I had the privilege to be more uh, less academic, I guess. In that sense, I think I will be talking more on data and see uh, how those trends and how what we can learn from this kind of behavior. So partially, the urgency of digitalization is because digitalization in this kind of manner, especially in finance, is not we are talking about financial inclusion. And in that manner, we are seeing that there is an expectation for, of course, a typical question in economics in terms of income inequality, decrease, job creations, consumption acceleration, increase on human capital investment, and of course, one of the ideal financial inclusion is out the outreach. So in this manner, digitalization is considered to be able to strengthen financial inclusion, which ultimately boosts the economy. I mean, Prof. Adiningsih already elaborated that, but I think in particular the impact on the widespread adoption of digital payment in all their forms within the scope of finance, including international and domestic remittance, where digitizing help overcome the cost and physical barriers. Digital platforms offer opportunity to rapidly scale up access to financial services, and digital payment can promote women economic empowerment by facilitating greater account ownership, asset accumulation, and increasing a woman's economic participation. So I think the idea was that if you look on the quotation by one of the report by Boston Consulting Group, I think they already predict that we are not going into that cash economy anymore. Cash is no longer the thing. In fact, economies that are more cash intensive tend to grow slowly and miss out on significant financial benefit. Conversely, economies that switch to digital are more successful. So the switch can boost annual GDP by as much as 3 percentage point by BCG research. So all this benefit, I think, really captures how much this digital economy is actually bringing the entire economy. And in particular, I think one of the idea, especially in economics, when if those of you are into those kind of transactional based economic, the reduction in cost is actually immense, and that can actually save up a lot of cost that is actually incurred prior to that. So all these benefits are somehow bringing the narratives of digitalization into something that is of the importance of the nation itself. Now, if you look into the demographic itself in terms of the adoption and the use of digital platform, we can see that there is a dependency of the young generation toward digitalization. So in the case of Indonesia, huge number of young populations um, really go into I mean, or benefit from digital platform. In the left hand side, if you see the propensity of use of digital banking in the next 6 months itself, Indonesia is actually growing. Actually, it's far ahead in front of Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia. And with the strong total young population, which is approximately 64.5 million, we can say that this is actually a trend that none of the financial institution that currently providing its service can actually ignore. And I guess it's including the Islamic financial institution, because at the end of the day, and when we are talking about financial services, most of the targets are the mass market itself. And with the growing young population, tax savvy one is something that you cannot ignore. And what happened is that I guess a little story that I already mentioned on the double disruption. It actually happened prior to COVID-19 with the change in the customer behaviors and its preferences toward not only banking services but actually financial services. So what happened is that in the past, if you look at back then, 20 years ago, we are used to all this kind of a walk-in and physical transaction-based services. When you go to some of the branches, engage with the teller and customer services, and then somehow in the banking 2.0, the arrival of ATM is actually shifting some of the service provided by personnel into this platform. And that's actually something that at the beginning is actually uh, still in line with the network-based and branches-based model that the banking sector is providing. But starting from the 3.0, we are actually going against the current type, in my opinion, because in this we are moving toward a digital-based transaction. So imagine prior to that, most of the services are provided in branches, and then some of the transactions actually move through the ATM itself. Now, with the arrival of digital-based transaction like mobile banking or any digital platform, some of the more simplified services actually can provided through a platform. And in that, it's actually creating a disruption in the banking sector, because banking sector prior to the arrival of digital banking services is actually heavily dependent on its network. So what happened is that in terms of the numbers of personnels, there are huge number of personnels because they have to be posted in some of the branches throughout Indonesia, for instance. Now with the arrival of the digital platform, especially like the mobile banking, we are seeing those branches becoming less relevant. And if you look into the numbers itself, from 2016 up until now, on a yearly basis, more than 10,000 branches are actually closing out. And that actually shaken the banking sector, where the relevance of their previous service and accommodation is being challenged. And that actually opened a new opportunity for non-traditional banking in looking into, instead of like heavily investing in branches where the barrier of entry is very high, they can just go slightly digital. And now we see numbers of digital banking rising up from state-owned and perhaps from the private sector. And this is actually a new landscape that we are looking for. But in the future, when we are talking about beyond banking, banking everywhere, banking 4.0, we are talking about a different kind of relationship. Now, if you look into the financial sector architecture, the going forward was actually consolidation. So now, if we have like around 84 banks operating in Indonesia, I think they want to reduce the numbers into low double digit. So in that manner, you will see more and more consolidation and merger and acquisition, because the future will be, there will be a core banking, several numbers, and there will be a lot of this new development within fintech operating or performing some of the facilities, some of the services that bank was actually offering, but also actually introducing a new kind of services beyond traditional banking. So now, if you look into the COVID itself, COVID-19 pandemic in the era of digital disruption, it can be called a double disruption for business sector, including the banking industry. But at the same time, if you look at the numbers, the pandemic has accelerated digitalization process, especially in the financial sector. Then what we can see, COVID-19, as I mentioned, a sweet entanglement, has actually converted digitalization from a kind of disruption into a solution in the economy. If you look at in the numbers itself, the adoption accelerate in the, at least in the last 3 to 4 years globally. even in the Asia Pacific, where most of developing countries are. And then if you look into the second figures in terms of average or share of product and services that are partially fully digitalized, it's also accelerated. So I think what we are looking for is actually even in the mid of to 2020, in the beginning of the COVID itself, you can see the number jump. And I guess what we can see here, well, before digitalization is only seen as a threat toward the financial sector, apparently not within the COVID-19 situation condition, it is actually becoming a solution. And importantly, in terms of consumer behavior, we see that there is a shift in almost all the activities. I mean, not being able to go to schools, not being able to go to work, to do all shopping, groceries. Now there is actually a shift in the behavior of not only groceries, but also in terms of education, retail, and transportation. This is an example of a vertical impact where now we can see in terms of grocery and pharmacy, there is actually a food delivery, online health, local services with some of these provider, online education, I already mentioned by Adiningsih as well. There are an increasing numbers of online education platform, online HR, online real estate, digital security, then parks as well with all these online games, online contents. Especially, I think with the highlight Indonesia is actually in the retail sector. When you see the numbers is actually doubled every 2 years. So now what happened is that if prior to the COVID-19, the threat of the digitalization is something that is of the interest of the financial sector, with the COVID-19, it's becoming more and more relevant as well toward the workplace and schools. I think Bu Sri Indonesia already pointed out. Now, I think the question would be the relevancy of the academic as well as all the materials within the educational provider, whether it can catch up with the transformations going on, especially with Indonesia going into vacational policy where in the future more and more vocational study is being pushed forward. Now that the perhaps becoming issue for the as well as in education sector on how to stay relevant in this new emerging and digital world. Now, if we are talking about financial industry, especially Islamic fintech, it is becoming an alternative one. We are talking about the technology based, and in I think the spirit was that instead of disruption, another disruption. What happened with the Islamic fintech is pretty much less disruptive in nature, because if you look into the framework itself, it's becoming more of like complementarity. Well, previously you have customers, consumers, business organization, and financial institution. Well, prior to that, we have Islamic finance, mostly banking. With the fintech itself, now it's becoming more colorful, giving more of the opportunity for like peer-to-peer to raise, payment remittance to raise, capital market to raise. Like we now have a platform for securities crowdfunding, for instance, as an alternative to main capital market, and all those digital asset and alternative finance. But importantly for Islamic fintech in the fourth framework is on the idea on how it can be more accommodated, integrated not only through a investment platform but also through the social platform. So now what happened is that I guess if I have to say this is perhaps a beautiful landscape in development, but of course now what we have to understand for Islamic fintech, for instance P2P, there is actually a lack in the development. The gap is actually between 2 to 3 years with the conventional one. Simply as well, for instance, I guess this is something that you can also reflect on. We are in the last 1 or 2 years, insurtech is becoming booming. but of course we haven't seen anything related to takaful technology as well. And I guess this is something that we have to consider when we are talking Islamic financial fintech landscape or services. In comparison to the conventional one, there's actually a gap. And in terms of uh, completeness itself, I guess most of the save and investment is rather limited in numbers. So in terms of banking, challenger banking, I guess we can see only one platform is going into that direction in terms of Islamic finance. So there are a lot of things a lot of homework to be done for the Islamic financial ecosystem in order to reach that kind of a more complete ecosystem. But as we see that in Indonesia itself, there are many forms of fintech. As I mentioned, there's an alternative finance, there's a deposit lending, digital asset. We see that insurance was there, crowdfunding was there, payment was there, raising fund was there, um, social finance and wealth management. But as I mentioned, in terms of Islamic fintech itself, there are only operated or perhaps emerged within the alternative finance and crowdfunding era. In most cases, the crowdfunding one. I guess it's something that will be interesting to see what it means by that, because the point of emergence reflect what kind of opportunity or what kind of problem they try to solve. Of course, with payment, perhaps it is less segmented, but of course for others, for instance, for deposit and financing or fundraising or anything related to wealth management, is something that is perhaps will be interesting in the future. Now, in terms of within the traditional banking industry, including Islamic bank, uh, we see that most of this banking they already anticipate the rise of digital banking, but of course the strategy different from one to another. If you look into some of the pure digital banks like the Alo banks or especially the Alo banks and Jago, I think they are going from that kind of direction, looking into or jumping into the increasing tech savvy and digital minded individual, while the rest are mostly trying to provide a digital platform or a digitalized platform of their services in order for them to stay relevant. So in terms of strategy, one or another, they are taking a different kind of route and how they can work into that. But we will elaborate later on what it means by that. And what happened is that for business, I think they see that digital banking channel transaction, especially during the COVID-19, it is spiking in terms of values, both in the electronic money, internet banking, and SMS mobile banking. So in terms of the numbers, it actually tells the story now. So market opportunity is there. So we are expecting more and more or an aggressive kind of like digitalization transformation in the future with the current trend that is going on, especially on how then online transaction is actually spiking. But I think we have to reflect back on the Islamic finance. Um, if you look into where it comes from, it comes from a belief that money shouldn't have any value by itself. And Islamic banking, for instance, is a system where products and services comply with Islamic law, which is based on a set of moral and ethical principles that promote the public goods and avoid transactions and actions likely to be against the public goods. So if you look into what kind of principle that Islamic finance is abide to, within which Islamic banking is actually developing, we are talking about a filtering mechanism operated within the financial sector. So all those dons are something that is pretty much guiding the Islamic finance development. And of course, we all hear about this idea of how we can go into partnership, developing and pushing for a partnership transaction to go on. Beside all these negative uh, negative externalities activities that have been banned within the Islamic financial one. the future is still promising. It's expected that it still grow up until 3.8 trillion by 2023. But of course, it's a bit slowing down now with the COVID, but we will see the numbers is closing by. Now, if you look into Islamic finance, especially Islamic banking, we have to understand how we can actually meet the changing demand and expectation. And in that, we should know that that we have to provide the right access and right financial product. And I guess we benefit from some of the works, for example, from the Bamboo itself, what they did with the survey across the different countries through online and targeted interviews. If I'm not mistaken, there are still rules for Islamic banking to grow. 53% of the population, especially in the OICs, are not banking with the Islamic bank. And there are certain homework that they have to work on. Like they still believe that a quarter of it still believe that it is really difficult that they can be fully compliant. And there are also another quest where they expect more from the bank, and at the same time, of course, the opportunity is still there in terms of the access to comply with Islamic. So we have in between opportunity as well as kind of like the expectation, and that something that Islamic banks have to fill in. And at the same time, if you look at the result is actually the future is ethical. If you look into some of the study conducted by Deloitte and Accenture, we have to make sure that in the future, like for instance, the Deloitte survey, it says that the respondent will be more likely to choose a bank or credit union with positive environment and social impact, while at the same time, within the Accenture research, that customer prefer to environmentally friendly or sustainable ethical purchase since the start of the pandemic. And I think the study by Mambu itself, it confirmed that it is important that investors of the banks make their money more ethical. I guess this entire idea is actually confirming the idea of the ESGs. It's becoming more and more important. The other day, I was sitting with one of the executives from Mitsui Global, and they are actually preparing next year to adopt fully ESG principles. So we are now have to see that not only from the perspective of the customers, but from the investment side, the future of ethical is very promising, and I think Islamic banks can actually locate within that kind of strength. And at the same time, technology is also leading. Mobile banking is becoming more and more important, and the demand for investment is also increasing, with a younger segment is expected to contribute much of the bank revenue. So again, it also confirmed this initial or a bigger picture that we tried to develop in the beginning. That at the end of the day, again, when we are talking about digitalization, we are talking about a survival. And I guess in terms of Syariah compliant requirement, I guess this is also a new area that Islamic banking has to adopt. That at least less than half of the respondents feels it's important for the bank to be Syariah compliant. This means that adding the specific Islamic financial product and offering as part of existing portfolio will be well received. And of course, if you look into the access in terms and also the expectation for a great customer experience. All in all, if you look into all those kind of trends, we see that within the Islamic bank and fintech, it to offer a wide range of digitally focused product and services. Like for instance, in Malaysia, we see first Syariah compliant gold mobile application. We see Islamic chain and innovative startup leveraging blockchain technology to enable philanthropy and compassionate giving. We have WeTech. WeTech is platform to focus on structure and distribution of Sukuk capital market. So in different part of the world, in OIC countries as well, we see Islamic fintech is actually growing in different kind of form. And I guess, as I mentioned, I think it actually aligned with my proposition that as in certain market, a certain uh, product offering is actually related to the issue that entangle within their market. So I guess in that manner, it is important for technological or for banks to actually continuously support technological development with the infrastructure and product, and as well as to attract millennial, and importantly to not only to align with the SG but to align with the goal of objective of Sharia itself. I think I skip on this. This is actually the expectation. As I mentioned, apparently there are more of the Islamic fintech in the UK than in Malaysia, and I think that is something that we are quite how to say in touch with the pattern that is going on. But all in all, we still come or emphasize the argument that digital banking technology will allow financial institutions to achieve multiple strategic objectives, such as financial inclusion, not only financial inclusion also, but also best-in-class user experience and the ability to grow and scale rapidly. Now, if I'm talking about the Bank Syariah Indonesia approach in digital world, I think BS is driven by value proposition in which it emphasizes on Islamic ecosystem through its beyond financial tagline. So if typical banking were only talking about payment, transfer, opening account, but some of them are moving to being aggregator. For Bank Syariah Indonesia, it explores towards something that is close to its nature of operation, where not only we are talking about financial service provision, but we are also channeling toward social uh, and collaborating with the social sector, as well as becoming more and more personalized with the um, individual Muslim needs through its spiritual content provision. And I guess this kind of value position itself strongly with its characteristic and differences within the segmentation in the market. And the number shows already with the number of transaction, number of account going on. In a year, we jump 2 million in terms of number of account transaction, almost 100% increase. And in terms of the revenue itself, the numbers also show that within a year it becoming one of the source of income for the Bashar region. So not only that, it's becoming it's a source of survival strategy, but also it's also now becoming more viable in terms of business and market opportunity. And as we mentioned, I think something that everyone has to aware of in terms of those consolidation is not only taking place within the institution itself, but also within the payment system. With the rise of PRIS, we are actually getting closer to banking 4.0. If those of you been aware with like banking in the UK, where there is no cost of transaction or self transfer or anything in between, we are looking into that. And floating fund is pretty much like fund deposited by, for instance, a Gojek customer, and that's now increasing in numbers. And in terms of the regulation, it is quite unique, and you can actually look into the Bank Indonesia's regulation on this and how then the relationship is changing. Prior to that, we have a bank tapping into directly to the client. In the future, we are expecting bank to be the backbone for another platform to engage with the customer. And with the case of floating fund is actually telling us how then engagement of the uh, middle platform is actually going forward in the Indonesian financial system platform. The way forward, there is many ways and alternative for the digitalization of Islamic banking. The financial sector only need to run faster its digital transformation process, so it can be more relevant with the needs of customers from time to time. But of course, in all this huge opportunity, as it mentioned, I guess something that I have to highlight, it has a wide opportunity from accessing or providing financial outreach into better service, better financing, better or more efficient payment systems. But importantly, anything with technology needs an investment. And of course, size does matter. And if you look into previously, for instance, for BI fast development, minimum I think it costs around nearly 100 billion rupiah, and not all the banks can actually access to that. So I think the way forward, knowing that the landscape is moving toward mega banks becoming the backbone of the financial systems, and the platform in between banks and customer is increasing. I guess what happened is that now more collaboration has to be done in order for the uh, what called useful and complete ecosystems to be developed with its particularly value proposition. And importantly, I guess something that Islamic financial ecosystem can explore is toward what we call with the family banking. It's a value proposition that perhaps can be looked at beyond for better market segmentation. I guess I still had the strategic point as I think the future as ethical. As I mentioned, not only the expectation of the customer, but the investment. And importantly, if you look into the ESG uh, investment procedure or SOPs, the new development is that the ESG now is actually prone toward investing in developed countries rather than developing countries. So what happened is that we are expecting in the future less and less investment coming to developing countries, and in order for us to attract those investment, we have to start adhering to these ESGs. Because of this policy, most of the um, uh, institutional investors are now expected to only invest those companies within ESG principle. And that's therefore in those manners, for any financial institution to survive, it has to go into that direction. And of course, at the same time, it's not all or nothing. There will always be people who will choose to only use Islamic banks for many of the customers, but they have a degree of flexibility, are open to investing in compliant ethical portfolio within conventional bank. Or in other words, Islamic bank or Islamic financial institution has to look into growing its traditional market into a more of a mass market, because perhaps some of the products of the benefit of the mass market, even having a stronger value proposition and point of sales that can actually attract other investment or other market segment to tap in. And of course, as I mentioned, and something that is perhaps lagging in the Islamic financial landscape is actually one step ahead. Anything related with Islamic is quite lag behind, and perhaps now with the case of Islamic, like for instance, Bank Syariah Indonesia, we learn from that, and I guess we are trying to work on how we can actually becoming ahead of the competition. To that, I conclude. I'll return it to Pak Gumilang. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Banjaran. It was an exciting plenary session talk. Again, we've had two good and excellent talks from Professor Surya Adiningsih as well as Dr. Banjaran, and I don't think we can ask for more. So ladies and gentlemen, summarize Dr. Banjaran's talk this morning. Digitalization is quite important for the economy as it improves financial inclusion. It boosts the economy by creating jobs, increase human capital investment, consumption acceleration, as well as helping poor communities. Digitalization also lower costs, opportunities to scale up and promote women's economic empowerment across the world. And we're also seeing a trend on the dependency of young generation with digitalization. So it's going to push further the adoption in the coming years. And the COVID-19 pandemic has provided us with a double disruption as it accelerated the digitalization process, and with the development of enabling technologies such as AI, security, cloud, it allows development of more innovative finance, save and investment, and give and protect products. And at the same time, we're looking at the emergence of digital banking, which is going to be a challenge in itself. However, it's going to provide more opportunities and push more innovations, particularly among conventional banks. In terms of the Islamic finance, we're seeing challenges in the sense that Islamic banks need to keep up with the changing demands and expectations. So it's quite key for Islamic banks to know the expectation even before the consumers know that they need the products and services. And so understanding the audience, increasing level of awareness, trust in Islamic finance options are going to be keys moving forward. And there's one note by Dr. Banjaran that the future is ethical. We need to understand what the banks are investing in. The banks need to understand what firms are investing in. And we want to make sure that we're doing ethical investment and investment in sustainability. And so there are wide opportunities moving forward. However, there are strategic points that we need to pay attention to, such as, the future is ethical, and we need to make sure that we know the audience by being one step ahead. Thank you so much, Dr. Banjaran, for the excellent talks. We'll definitely have a question and answer session later on. However, before we go into Dr. Junbum Kwon from the University of New South Wales, I think we can open a first question and answer session for Professor Sri Adiningsih as well as Dr. Banjaran. For that, I would like to ask the assistants of the committee to show the slide if it's already available. Alternatively, I can also ask the audience to raise your hands to ask your questions, or you can type in your questions in the chat box as necessary. So please, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you for the first Q&A session. You may use all the available channels, such as the slide the chat box, as well as you may raise your hand for an interactive question and answer. So I would like to invite Dr. Junbum Kwon from the University of New South Wales. Dr. Junbum Kwon is an assistant professor at the School of Marketing, University of New South Wales. He's also a casual lecturer at the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee. Dr. Junbum Kwon completed his Ph.D. in marketing at the Rotman School of Management at the University of Toronto, Canada, and in 2017. So Dr. Junbum Kwon is a researcher who's doing analysis in mass and social media, ad and product review, as well as ad effectiveness. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Junbum Kwon to share about the latest development in visual content analysis and its application. Dr. Junbum Kwon, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, nice to meet you, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, very good. Okay, so my part is some data analysis, but today I'm focusing the visual content because nowadays, some history, the content data analysis. Like last 10 years, the many people analyzing the textual data, but recently, I would say about last 3-4 years, many people now starting to analyzing the visual content. So I want to focus on the visual content today. Okay, so in particular, I want to introduce several my own visual content application about the face analysis and also some color feature. Also in the visual, there are many general the visual objects, right? So I want to introduce the 3 parts today. Okay, so this is my last year the publication. So we worked on the charity social media, actually the Save the Children. I'm going to show you how we did it. Okay, so maybe some of you already know well about the charity industry. So in terms of the social media, you know, like you can think of it the Instagram. Okay, Instagram is actually one of the best platform using large of the image data, right? So there, so nowadays actually they put lots of like the smiling children, actually smiling children. Because the reason is, you know, like in general, actually in academia, we study a lot about the charity, and then one of some conclusion is actually to get some the empathy, right? Actually, charity is all about how we can get some the empathetic feeling from the viewers. For that, usually actually negative emotion, like a sad image thing, actually much helpful. But however, actually in industry, they keep using the very intensive like negative some the image or some other text thing. So because of that, there are some a little bit side effects. Okay, so because of that, there are some concern. So because of that, nowadays actually charity organization they want to use more the positive the image. Okay, here is the example. So the left is the sad face, the child, right? And then the right one is the happy face. So as I said before, recently, if you go like any kind of charity Instagram, like the more than 80%, or even more than 90% is actually the happy face that they put there. Okay. So like that, yeah, mostly right, smiling. Only this girl, the only be like some the sad, right? So that's actually the majority of the image they are using the positive one. So in my research, actually, I want to actually the test. Okay, so which is better actually in empirically. So you know, like in academic literature is saying some negative is better, but in industry recently they shifted, right? Because of some concern, so they're using the positive one. But probably the why the industry people are using that is maybe there is no like some empirical study using which actually the image is better in terms of face emotion, right? So that is our motivation of this study. So, so as you most of you the familiar with Instagram, right? The Instagram, the left side there's the image, right? The image, and also the right side also there are some the textual information as well. Okay, so in this project, I analyzed both actually from the image, especially the face, whether the person has the sad or the happy face, also in the text as well. So we can analyze it. Okay, then the research goal, actually there are the several, actually basically whether like a sad face or happy face, which is better. Okay, so also we look at, because we also look at like the text as well. So kind of if you show like a sad face, sad text, then it's kind of the very intensive the negative emotion, right? So whether that is good or not. Okay, so also some the congruence as well, right? The between the face and the text. Also the amount of textual information as well. But today I don't go through everything. I want to focus only the image analysis and then result, and then I'm gonna like introduce several other my research. Okay, then the question is how we can analyze it, whether they have some sad face, happy face automatically. Okay, this is actually computerized the content analysis approach, right? You know, like in academia, like 20 years ago, 3 years ago, there are lots of advertising study in usually the lab experiment that they show like sad face, happy face, which is better. Okay, there are a bunch of studies are there. But now the issue is like social media, if you go, there are like several thousand of the image are there. Okay, maybe 1,000 is not that difficult, but if you want to generalize it, you need to analyze the different accounts together. Then easily you can have like several thousand of a bunch of the images you are gonna have it. Okay, then the human coder cannot do it, right? It takes too long time. Okay, so we need to do automatically using the computer. So for that, recently there are a couple of like some breakthrough, especially like the big tech company, the Microsoft and then IBM, even Google, the Amazon, AWS. Now they all provide it. I started this kind of research like 5 years ago. They just now many more tools is actually available to analyze the face. So for this one, I used the Microsoft Face API, and then we get the she is sad, the he is the happy, so automatically. Okay. Also for the text, actually IBM Watson Tone Analyzer that had some strengths, so we employed that. Okay. So also we validated that because it's still like a AI tool to analyze the content is not perfect, but what we found is about like 70%, 80% accuracy. Then I think this can be kind of acceptable. So we use this tool. Okay. Okay, so this is a quick result. Yeah, I don't show you like the statistical result. So probably this is the main result. So actually this graph already showing that like if there is a set face, then the y-axis is the average number of likes. Okay, so which means on average, the many more like click you can get it when there is a set face, or the set text. Okay. Also some other picture, but however, if you show happy text or happy face, actually the average number of like is much lower than the set face or the set text. Okay, so then I also did some regression the text, so we also found actually the set the face is actually the better. Okay, so the quick summary here. So currently they are using more like the positive emotion. But however, there's still the sad, like the negative emotion is more effective. Okay. So also in my results, actually the image is much more effective than the text. So however, if you show sad face, sad text together, kind of intensive negative, then it's not good. Okay. Then also we have literature as well, right? So we need to show some the moderate. In other words, showing either sad face or either the text, okay, not together. Okay, so hopefully you get some idea about the face analysis approach. Okay, so next I'm going to show you some another application of the face analysis. Okay, so Instagram, they have the carousel, the post format. So what does it mean is you can upload the multiple image within one post. Then what does it mean? Like you can see the one image and the second image, third image. I believe that you can upload up to the 10 image. Then this is kind of like a visual story, right? The visual story. So you can make the visual narrative. Okay, visual narrative. So actually this is actually very important nowadays in academia. The many actually content analysis, like the video analysis, or even the book analysis. Actually, they want to figure out what is the best storyline thing, right? But it's very hard because there are so many things going on in the movie, like the video advertising, right? So for this project, we focused on the emotion. Okay, so a couple of examples. So there are 3 pictures in this the carousel the post. The 3 pictures, but here all positive, right? From the face, the positive. Okay, so we call this is the pure emotional content because all the same emotional content. Okay. Also, there are some the mixed emotional content. So the Joe Biden looks happy, the positive. The another guy is also positive. However, the last the photo, I don't know, some like the the people had some complaint, maybe against the Biden. Like usually election, the campaign, like such kind of positive negative support is happening, right? So then, okay, in this case, there is the one emotional shift from positive to the negative. Okay. So how about this one? So okay, so positive face, but she looks very negative. Sorry, and then but again the positive. Then like there are twice the emotion shift, right? The positive negative and the negative positive. Okay. Then so we want to know actually like this is all positive, right? All pure emotional. Okay. But here is some the mixed emotion, but like the one-time change or the second time change. Okay. So then actually which one actually making the people more engaging? So that's the research question, right? So the pure emotional content versus the mixed emotional content. Okay. And then if there are the mode change between the positive negative emotion, whether there is a better or not. Okay. So how we do this kind of mixed emotional study? Because we can detect the face emotion and easily. Okay. So because of that, so using this some kind of the visual story the data, and then we testing this the mixed emotional content effect. Okay, so there are some literature like what type of the emotional content is better. Okay, so but like it looks like from the literature, they also some suggesting somehow some the mixed the contents actually making the people actually more engaging. Okay, but even there are the more variation actually is better. Okay, so we used the Instagram, the collage post. So especially we look at the actually newspaper data, the media industry. We got like the top 19 the newspapers. But because why we using the newspaper is if you look at like just like a Coca-Cola, some the commercial brand, usually they're using predominantly using the positive emotion. Okay, so not much of a negative emotion. But however, the media that they have some the both aspects, positive, negative. So because of that this media industry, the Instagram giving us the good like the contents to test our hypothesis. Okay, so this is some of the framework, the mixed emotion and the pure emotion we compared. So also in the literature, actually there are actually many things because there are some story, some like the primacy effect, recency effect, or the peak emotion effect thing as well. So also we control many other the visual texture variables. Okay, so key finding is so we found actually the mixed emotional the story is more effective than the pure emotional one. Okay. Also, if there are actually the more change, the positive, negative change, and then people more engaging by clicking the more like or the putting more the comment. Okay. Also, we did some the mechanism the study as well, but that one, yeah, I don't go through today. Okay, so however, like in this area, I would say that still like the very early stage. Okay, so like for example, we detect the emotion. The currently the most popular approach is the from face emotion or the text. So also even in the image, that there are also some the text as well. So this one also we can easily detect the text within image. We can detect, and then we can learn some like sentiment analysis. So we can know. So however, some challenge is some picture doesn't have any face, also doesn't have any text. Okay, but but still someone might feel the positive or negative. Okay, but think about some like nowadays some the war is going on, right? There are some kind of war image then might be the people feel might be sad, right? Everything is broken, right? So then it can be the sad, right? So there are some like the trial from especially the computer science the community, but actually not much application in the marketing in business not yet. So because of that, actually there are actually the much more the opportunity in this area. Okay, the next I'm introducing the color the features. Okay, so I have a couple of papers actually analyzing the B2B, the social media, right? Actually, the people think of actually the mainly like B2C company are using the social media actively, but actually the nowadays many actually the B2B company also they're using the social media as well to get more engagement. So we look at the B2B actually versus the B2C as well. Okay, I will show you more example. So especially actually we want to get actually the more positive, the word of mouth, and then we want to actually understand what kind of the color picture can contribute to get more the word of mouth. So we compare the B2C and B2B. The B2C, like somehow a little bit more like the personal or entertainment. So actually, a little bit more actually the emotional approach actually. Also, usually it's working well actually the B2C context. However, the B2B are a little bit different, right? The B2B, think about like some company buy like the big equipment, right? So it's kind of a lot of some like the big budget is going on. So because of that, like the many people are thinking very seriously. Somehow some rational motivation is going on. Okay. So because of that, so the B2C, B2B, although they show some similar type of some social media posts, but like some maybe audience might be quite different. Also, their expectation about the B2C, B2B is different. So because of that, so quite actually the different pattern might come up. Okay. Also, okay, as I mentioned briefly, like the social media usually the engagement is like a number of likes or number of comments or number of sharing, but also actually we can calculating some like the similar measure like kind of the net promoter score. Okay, actually because we can calculating the sentiment right from the comment, the positive, the negative, and by combining we can know the number of the positive comments. So we define in this way, the minus the number of negative comments. So we define as the net positive electronic word of mouth. Okay, so anyway, so now we make some connection, the color and the B2B, the versus B2C. So usually like the cool, warm color is very like distinctive. Okay, so for example, cool color actually the signal some the intelligence. Okay, so because of some rational thing. So because of that, it's quite related with the B2B. However, the warm color actually making the people actually the more like the emotionally more arousal. So more emotionally approaching. So because of that, it can be more related with the B2C. Okay, so because of that, we made a hypothesis. So in the B2B context, actually cool color probably the better matching. However, the B2C the context. Oh, by the way, the FGC is the form generated content. So this is terminology in social media. So B2B company generating their content. So kind of the B2B company posting the social media, the image or the text. Okay. And the B2C context, actually warm color, actually that might be the better. Okay, here the example. So cool color and the warm color. Okay. So basically, this is very easy. Like just using the Photoshop, the same image, you can easily adding more warmth. Okay, some a little bit like red color thing, right? Orange color. So if you like in the Photoshop, Adobe Photoshop, if you're adding some overall like the warm color, then become here. Or if you're reducing the level of warmth, and then become like the more blue, like blue is actually cool color, right? So in that way, okay. So because of that, like the if a company know like the what kind of the color is better, then actually they can actually easily the manage. They can easily adjust the color to get the more engagement, right? Okay, so from our results, that this is a B2C setting. We found actually one color is better. However, in the B2B context, we analyzed about like the 5 B2B, 5 B2C. But like here, that is kind of the B2B context. That is the cool color, this is one color. That we found actually this cool color actually is actually getting the much more social media engagement. Okay. Okay. And then okay, that is about some color paper. I actually I'm also like one of my other paper also under review. So we are studying some AI influencer, right? Nowadays, like some human influencer versus the AI influencer. So for that also, actually, we actually just study about the warm color, cool color. I didn't bring the detail here, but basically our result is when we adding more warm color, actually much more like the effective to get the more engagement for AI influencer. The reason is, think about the AI influencer is AI. AI is, you can think of something like a robot thing, right? So because actually the people expect they are intelligent, right? Intelligent. So because of that, the many people already thinking the AI influencer is quite intelligent. So because of that, like a cool color does not make some the good contribution. As I mentioned before, cool color provides some like the professional, like intelligent the sense, right? So, but like the AI influencer already had such like some the impression already. So because of that, the cool color does not make a contribution. But however, if they are adding the warmth, right? Because like AI influencer has machine doesn't have any the warmth, right? But if we are adding more warm color, then actually people feel, oh, okay, this AI guy like looks like the very warm as well, right? So because of that, actually it can increase their engagement. Okay. Okay. So before I move on to another topic, okay, I want to give you a little bit like some overview about the color. Yeah, probably I think this is a great area for most of you to work on. So that's why I give a little bit of background. So like image data actually quite complex compared to the text. But text also actually very complex as well. Actually, it's very difficult to understand our conversation, right? It's difficult. But for the text data, like the unit level of the text is kind of just a word, right? Word. I go to school, and then I go to school. Like that's actually the basic unit. You can also understand like I go to school, right? But however, the image, the unit level is image has a lot of small pixel. 256 like by 256. So there are actually the small pixel. So also this pixel, there are some color, but actually we cannot really hard to notice. Actually, there is no meaning actually. It's kind of really the mechanical like the unit. But however, by combining the many different pixels, they make something, right? But anyway, in each pixel, the basic color is 3: the red, like a green, the blue. So RGB, right? RGB pixel. And then using all combination, you can make all kind of the colors, right? But if RGB had the 255, 255, 255, then it becomes white. On the other hand, if it had all 0, and then it becomes the black. And then in the middle, you can make some all the different combination. Okay. Okay, that's the color, the data. And then this is my the project. I analyzed some data come from the DHC Korea. So they have some like the product like deep cleaning, deep cleanser actually. The deep cleansing the oil. This is their one of the best product. Also some the diet product as well. And then they are using some celebrity as well. But anyway, so actually, when you're using some AI tool, you can detect some the foreground. Foreground meaning actually the figure, some product here, right? Also, there are some background as well. And then we can know the foreground color and the background color. Okay, so using that, also probably you can study some like the contrast effect as well. Okay, so also there are some primary color. It's red, blue, yellow. And then again, using that primary color, you can make any combination. So there are several like important features. So one of them is the saturation. So saturation is like how much like the intense of the color, or how much the pure. Okay. So for example, this one, the very high saturated. So you can see the red very well, right? And then here, very low saturation, which means actually we see like washed out. You cannot see their original color, right? Then here as well. So this is the highly saturated, and then this is low. So usually, high saturated one can attract more. So it has the much more light, right? Usually. Okay, and then how colorful the image is. So another measure is colorful. So the black and white, the less colorful, and then this one is much more the colorful, right? Colorful. Okay, colorful actually quite actually complex the color picture. Oftentimes the colorful is better, but however, there are many paper that find mixed results. If too much colorful, the people feeling too complex. Okay, actually, in other words, the complexity is going up. So because of that, too colorful, actually, they're not good. Okay. Okay, another measure is the brightness. So brightness is the average intensity of all pixels. Okay, so this is just like each pixel, we measure the RGB score, and then making just like the average. Okay. But I think you should be familiar with that. The bright and the dark. Usually bright again, like a saturated one, the bright one, that can get more engagement. Okay, so clarity actually the similar measure with the brightness actually, but a little bit different definition. So this clarity is, as I said before, in each pixel, they measure the brightness, okay? In each pixel, they measure brightness. And then there are some colorful value, like about 178. I believe this is about like 70% of the score, because the maximum is 255, right? So then if the pixel has like the high, the brightness, the threshold is 70%, then they say like 1. Okay, this is the bright pixel. Okay, then the clarity meaning is the percentage of the bright pixel. Okay. Okay, and then using the brightness, so you can calculate contrast as well. So contrast is basically right. So in terms of the mathematically point of view, this is just like a standard deviation, the variation. So in other words, there are many like the low bright color, low bright pixel, and if there are many high bright pixel, like this example. So some pixel like very high, but some pixel is very dark, right? So because of that, the standard deviation is very big. So because of that, this one is very high contrast one. Okay, so usually high contrast picture can attract more attention. Okay, so again, the warm color, cool color, I already made some example, but usually red, orange, yellow is the warm color, and then the cool color is the green, the blue, the purple. So also they have some the different the emotional thing. Warm color actually making the people actually the more like the exciting actually the exciting. But however, the cool color actually make it the usually like the calm down. Okay. This is just like a little bit like some the technical definition. Yeah, you can just see. Okay, I just went through several color features. The reason is, if you are interested in, you can apply several color features for the research. Okay, so last part is about some of the general visual objects. Okay, so what I'm saying about the general visual object is, so okay, as I said before, so this picture, there's no face, right? No face. Also has not much text as well. Okay, but still there are some information in the visual, right? Information. So this is the company, the John Deere company. Because this is also my part of the B2B research. Actually, this research about I'm comparing the informational cue and the emotional cue. I'm comparing. So informational cue, there are many things, but like you can take it this way, like the company, they want to show their own product, right? The product. Or they can also show how they could produce the product, the production scene as well. Or they brand it, they can see, right? But or they can emphasize their maybe the quality or the promotion. Okay, so those are the example of the information cue. Then here, then actually this image, that this John Deere company, they wanna emphasize their own product. But actually, kind of like the product usage, right? That this is actually the snow plow. So in the snow, it's actually the product actually really working well, right? They want to emphasize it that like kind of the scene of the product. However, as I said before, if you are using only like facing emotion tool, then you cannot get anything, right? This is because it's the different objective, right? So for this one, like as I said before, like the Microsoft or Google or AWS, actually they providing to detect from any kind of the visual object. Then if you are using that like the tool, then you can get some the product, also some maybe tree, even snow, that you can get it. Okay. Then among them. So now the important thing is depending on your goal, depending on your research question, so you need to find out the relevant the image, like a label and the visual objective. Okay, because of my study about some product information cue, so I got the snowplow as a product cue, and then Deere actually here, right? The Deere, even the small text, we can detect it. That is the Deere. So okay, this image also shows the brand information. So Deere brand cue we detected. Also, text is very easy. Text we can get all the text very easily. And then the reprocessing, John Deere is the brand cue, right? So we get it in this way. Another picture, the B2B company 3M. So this one actually 3M doing some a little bit some like some looks like maybe the competition, I don't know, like the 3M top engineering students are competing, some competition, okay, to design, okay, something, the container thing. Okay, but anyway, like some students, some designing, some like the product thing, but there are many people, actually most of them actually smiling, right? Then, so from this visual, so we can detect the happy face, right? Happy face. Okay, positive emotion. So we can do, as I said before, using the face API, so we can get it. And then from the text here, the text caption part, right? Here the 3M, the brand cue. And then they also mentioned like the tapes, the hashtags. These are all about all 3M their own products. Okay, then we get the product cue. Okay, then so what we need is so this is the example of our information queue, the product. Even we are leaving like some separate the own product and supply product, kind of raw material, and then our client product, the production, the brand, client brand, the promotion quality measure as well. And the emotional one, the positive, negative phase, and then even the text as well. Okay, and then for each company, so we detect all the information. And then actually, so okay, this is what I wanted to say today. So for this kind of research, you know, actually there are actually many possible like visual thing, right? And the text as well. Then for each the Q, like you need to make some dictionary. So like the product, so agricultural, some the bulldozer, the caterpillar. Okay, actually this is Caterpillar, the company. Because like the product is a little bit tricky. Is like every company has the different product, right? So because of that, somehow we need to making the customized dictionary. The raw material thing as well, the client product, the production scene, the brand thing as well. So then the making some dictionary, but maybe a little bit painful to make some dictionary. But how you can do efficiently is, but think about you like analyze the many the image, maybe like 10,000 image. But you don't want to like make it using all the image to make a dictionary, right? Then what you need is among 10,000 image, like let's say you got maybe 2,000 image, you get it, and then detecting this label, we can do automatically, right? Using like Google, AWS, Microsoft, anything. There are the tool, AI tool. We can detect everything using like 2,000 image, and then. But still, we need a little bit like human coder. So human coder, the making for each company, they make some the dictionary. Okay. But however, using 2,000 image, once you make the dictionary, and then the rest of data, 8,000 image, you can still get all this label, visual objects automatically, right? Automatically. And then you already made some dictionary, right? Dictionary. And then automatically you can the matching from your dictionary and then the detected label. Okay. And then in other words, the rest of 8,000 image, you don't have to work manually, right? Only you work on some part, the small sample. So you work on the manually and then the making dictionary and then you apply. Okay. Okay. Hopefully you get my the message. So okay, so this paper is still under review. In the they have some like the B2B content analysis special issue in the second round. So for now, our result is in the B2B context, the informational queue are more effective than the emotional queue. Also, if they show like the informational queue in the image or the text, actually the image actually the bigger impact. Okay. So maybe this paper also somehow our contribution is actually some like visual data actually can be like the very the large of label. So it's gonna be actually the big amount of work. But we tried to do some kind of a semi-automatic process we proposed. Okay, so I think this is my last paper I want to introduce. Okay, so we also study the climate change. So nowadays the climate change is the big issue, right? The big issue. But in the marketing, in the marketing, or in general business, we haven't studied such like the global challenging problem that not much. So then I made a team, and then we wanted to contribute to the better communication about the climate change one. So actually, the many like the nonprofit organization, like the Greenpeace, they have been showing lots of some the climate change related image, but still looks like they also don't know like what kind of image is the best yet. So what we do here, again, from the image, actually we can detect what are there. So even we can know a little bit dim as well. So this one, right? So there are bushfire. Actually, this is data from Australia. 2021, we had the big fire. So we're sending the image, and then we can know automatically, okay, this is a bushfire. So also this image actually using wind, right? The wind, that kind of the new future energy, right? So then so this is kind of the new energy solution one. So we can detect the label and then we can declassify. Okay. And then at the end of the day, what we did is we detected many different themes, and then we made some the positive and negative sentiment from the image. Okay, so okay, so this is somehow okay. I think we time is almost done. So then okay, so basically we wanted to know the effect of the negative scene the versus neutral, so whether they can improve or not. So also we look at some color feature as well, as from the moderator. So whether warm color, saturated color, the bright color can increase the effect. Okay, so data. Okay, so for now we have been working on the Greenpeace Australia, but we plan to add the maybe many more, maybe about the 10 more, like some the non-profit organization about the climate change to generate our results. So okay, for this one we used the Google Cloud Vision tool. So there are several services. Among them, the detect label, detect web entity thing can help us to detect all visual objects automatically. And then again, as I said before, so we made some like a dictionary, right? So they have some the climate impact, like the food, earthquake, like deforestation. Also, there are some the climate pollution as well, like smoke gas. But this label, we can get it automatically, and then we just a little bit like some the classify. And then also like an energy feature, like a solar panel, the wind farm, or effective life cycle. Okay, so rather than taking car, so I take like a cycling, or I do more recycling thing, right? So this also somehow the positive aspect about this topic, right? Okay. Okay, so result I didn't show, but anyway, so the whole message here is that if you make some this kind of dictionary, actually any kind of the research question actually you can do. So if you have some the particular the frame, the goal, and then actually you detect some the image label, and then you can classify using some the making your own dictionary. Okay. Okay, so I think the time is up. Maybe I can take some question or.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Kwon, for the very interesting presentations and the very interesting studies. And congratulations for those studies. I think they're groundbreaking as well as providing insights for a lot of the scholars that join us today here in the GAMA International Conference on Economics and Business. So just to summarize Dr. Kwon's presentation, so he did a lot of studies on visual content analysis and its application. For example, looking at and analyzing at faces, color features, general visual objects, and applying it for many topics, such as for nonprofit organization advertisement to the topic of climate change. So we looked at whether promoting higher proportion of happy faces in their social media is going to pay off, and then whether visual narrative will affect consumer engagement overall. Thank you so much for the presentation, Dr. Kwon. And we already have several questions in slido.com from the participants. So for that, I would like to invite Professor Surya Adiningsih and then Dr. Banjaran, as well as Dr. Kwon. So there is a question from Mr. Ridwan Ristawan from SPM ITB to Professor Banjaran. What is the capability of PSE that confidently address the digitalization of bank? Meanwhile, PSE's assets is 7th of all banks. So that's the first question. And I would like to also convey a second question by an anonymous presenter to all presenters. And I would like to direct this particularly to Mr. Banjaran. Is the lack of security becoming a factor hindering individuals to move to a digital product? And what is the role of security in digitalization? So for that, I would like to invite Dr. Banjaran for the two questions posed by Mr. Ridwan as well as the anonymous speaker.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gumilang. The first question is on what is the capability of BSI that confidently address the digitalization of banks. I guess with BSI itself, with the case of BSI, something that is of the importance in, I guess internally, something that we also address. We are aware of the importance of the digitalization. I guess when we are talking digitalization of banks, not only about what we are offering to the our customers, but also how we are operating as within digital uh, era, I guess. But I guess I'm just focusing on digitalization. I think now, because of we are pretty much strong in terms of capital, and that's actually the key toward which all those investment as well in digitalization, as well investment in technology can be done. But of course, there are many homeworks to be done, because when we decided to, with the current strategy that we had, we are rather going into digitalization of our platform. So it is not uh, what call separated from the current banking services. I think we are seeing those shift, and we want to make sure that the shift toward digitalization is done swiftly. So there is actually a transition within that, and what we are aiming is actually pushing and more of a simple transaction basis to move digital. And I guess that are something that we are continuously working on, while at the same time improving the experience, the user experience. And I think we are aiming toward becoming a super app in the future. I guess because at the same time we understand the trend as well as the development within the what called the digital platform and digital banking, and we have to keep up with the trend itself. A better UI UX, better channel, better access, and even now with the trend of like living going into aggregation business, I guess something that we can explore. So in terms of the capability, I guess now with the size and the capital, I think the ability to invest is something that might set the difference between BSI and previous pre-merger banks, the other three banks. I hope that address your question. But the second one is the lack of security become a factor hindering individuals to move to a digital product? What is the role of security in digitalization? I guess now for the case of Indonesia is quite unique and is quite different. If you are somewhere in the UK, in the US, we do have a very strong customer protection. That's why within the security itself, um, they make sure that the platform that engage with the individual, with the citizens, are not what we call that, are not still abiding the rule and regulation itself. But at this point, I think the recent case with the not like the lacking the lack of some of the important data are somehow of the interest of the people. But I am the uniqueness with us is that I still don't see that as a hindrance toward moving to digital product, but perhaps it is it puts a setback on advancing or going into a different, more savvy product and services, because it needs more and more of technology as well as security. I guess the complexity within which the digital platform is being developed is something that we will face. I think that's from the platform point of view. But I guess from the mass market, I haven't seen any drawback in terms of adopting or experiencing digital services. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Banjaran. Thank you again for Mr. Ridwan and for the anonymous individual for the questions. So first of all, I would like to convey the question from Ahmad from USU to Professor Sri Adiningsih. How is the digital transformation of education will improve students' experience of science such as biology, chemistry, and physics? In general, this line of studies needs physical labs, and whether digital transformation in education will allow students to learn digitally in this field. Do you have any experience on that front? And there's also a question from an anonymous participant. Is the lack of security becoming a factor for individuals to move to a digital product? And what is the role of security in digitalization? So for the next sets of questions, we would like to address it to Dr. Kwon. So the first question is from Fitrianto at Universitas Gadjah Mada. Are those findings due to past experience, knowledge, or do they derive from the human instincts to react to heavy emotions with no prior cause? And then the second question to Dr. Kwon. There are many informational campaigns aimed at reducing, for example, smoking incidents. What are the lessons learned from the visual content analysis for these types of social issues? And then there's also another question for Dr. Kwon. Are there generational or cultural differences in terms of responses to these visual contents? So for that, I would like to first invite Professor Sri Adiningsih to respond to some of the questions that have been raised by the participants. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Gumilang. Actually, I would love to answer Ahmad from USU. Yeah, he asked for digital transformation. If in education, which need lab, yeah, like for example, like biochemistry, physical, don't they need labs? I'm not quite sure about this, but once I saw in YouTube or television, I forgot, but like in the dentistry, yeah, during the pandemic, actually, somebody has developed programs, and for like students who study in dentist faculty, they could use like simulator, yeah, to at least if like patient got problem with their tooth and something like that, yeah. But I'm not quite sure because it would depend, because I believe that for it's like lab in biochemistry and physics might be, they have different characteristics. But I believe at least in the future, if somebody has developed the program like I have told you before in dentistry area, yes, then for students in dentist, faculty, they can do it, but maybe only in one campus, yeah, at this time. But I'm not quite sure whether has been also used by other campus, yeah. And secondly, about current effort to improve worker productivity in the digital world, how effective are this policy? Actually, I believe, like, for example, I have a friend, his business like lending rent, like office space, yeah, for company. And just one example, like before he used a lot of securities people to, at least make sure everything work well in the company. But then using what is it? CCTV, and then the number of securities they use dropped. I think finally until 1/4 of the previous number of security they use. So I believe that's a simple example of increased productivity. Of course, also in terms of data processing. I believe with the development like in the area like using big data would be much faster, also easier, and also of course like in terms of marketing and selling product using internet online, and even like for me as professor, I could teach from anywhere, and also could just reach more and more students, not only for students who come to class, but also if possible like teaching might be 10, 100, even 100 classes in the same time, because I understand that I believe in India there is actually not really campus, but they teach like engineering and very fast. It's not Harvard, but could do better than Harvard. I mean, I think that's the title, because they can teach a student to learn in engineering area faster and bigger because using online. I think that's at least what we can see, and of course in any other business the same thing could also happen. But and if you asking me whether it is effective, of course if they know how to use, because again development technology depend on how we use it. We could use it if well, and also know how to use it would benefit it. But of course, if not really plan well, could only waste of money and time. I think that's what I would love to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Adiningsih, for the responses to the questions. Dr. Kwon, Dr. Banjaran will have a agenda around 15 minutes or so. So for that, I would like to first invite Dr. Banjaran to address a question posed by the participant. So the question asks, will digitalization improve competition in the Islamic banking or Islamic finance sector? Dr. Banjaran, what's your thought on the question?
Thank you, Dr. Gumilang. I guess we can all agree that competition is better in terms of how market kind of like I think I'm also a believer that the competition is actually good for the market, especially in the financial sector. But of course, now when we look into the case of Indonesia, we are actually facing a new dynamic where when you are talking about numbers in terms of competition, that actually subdue with the idea of efficiency as well. Like what happened with the banking sector in particular, they are prone toward reducing the numbers of banks. So in terms of competition, there will be less, because if you look into the, for instance, now when we have, like for instance, our financial institution is very banking sector oriented. Like the banking sector, if you look into the numbers, it's on account for 40% of the GDP. Non-banking financial institution, but I guess it's in between 11 to 19% of the GDP. So the big of banks, then there are a concentration in the market. Now, when we talk about Islamic finance entering this new competition, it is actually very important to know that I think the way I see it, market segmentation within banks, the conventional bank and Islamic banks, is very slim in a way that we cannot really see a very segmented market. I guess this is perhaps contributed to the fact that now within the architecture of how it's developed, we also have a what do we call that? Islamic windows. But of course now when we have more players later on, a fully fledged, especially when the next year the deadline for the the spin-off is on, then I think we are entering a new dilemma where we have more numbers, but in terms of size is also limited. We're expecting more and more consolidation, because at the end of the day, I think in terms of Indonesia, size does matter, and size differences determine the level of competitiveness. And to that extent, I guess within this idea, we need a bigger Islamic banks. But on top of that, at the same time, innovation has to be pushed forward in order for us to have a more likened ecosystems. I mean, if you look at the data by IFG Progress itself, the penetration of non-banking financial institution, like in Singapore, it's going beyond what we had. And we have a lot of homework, not only talking about the banking sector, but the entire ecosystem. And also at the same time, the future landscape that is not yet seen in this equation. As I mentioned, if we are talking about banking, non-banking, it's always been about banking, insurance, capital market, and so on. But in the future, we are expecting more of different kind of institution and service provider, where that relationship is no longer the case where you have banking, non-banking interrelated. But at the same time, perhaps between banking and non-banking, there is a new development where you see a new avenue or a new platform offering a similar service that the banking did, but with a different kind of twist. It's already seen in the cross-border platform, but of course now with the case, the very near one is to see whether digital banking really shift the customer basis. I guess that's my take up when we look into idea of competition. The simplest terms is, yes, it increase the variability in the market heterogeneity, market product, the variety, the diversity, but at the same time, what brings into competition is also important. So when you are talking about Islamic banks going into competition, you have to be specific. Is it just any Islamic banks, small Islamic banks, big Islamic banks, as well as the entire financial landscape? I mean, if you are looking to the market share, it's only less than 7%. The competition, if you look into that as a competing number, is rather not equal, but of course the market opportunity is still big. I hope that answers your question. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Banjaran. And thank you for the questions so far for Professor Adiningsih as well as Dr. Banjaran. For now, I would like to invite Dr. Kwon to address some of the questions that has been asked in slido.com. Dr. Kwon, the floor is yours.
Okay, so okay, thank you for question. I think Putriani question, right? Okay, this one. Okay, are those finding that the past experience knowledge or today that derived from the human the instinct to more react to heavy emotion? There's no prior cause. Okay, so yeah, this is a very interesting question. So so today, like what I show you is most of them is social media, the Instagram like analysis, right? And then think about it, like when you go to social media, your own or your friends, when you see the post, how long do you spend? How long do you spend for each post? Are you gonna read 1 minute? Yeah, probably not, right? Like the image post, probably you quickly like scroll down, right? So then usually maybe I don't know, like your engagement maybe less than maybe 1 second, 2 seconds, like very short, like very short. So in other words, probably you don't have much time to consider, right? Also you don't have motivation as well, right? But still some posts has lots of some the engagement, the others are not, right? Then still there is impact, but my guess is actually there is no much like for people, the viewers to think about it, right? Whether about your background, about your experience, right? I try to say it is almost kind of automatic response. That's actually my the guess. So then actually more about the human instinct, right? So then, so more importantly, there are some eye tracking research. Eye tracking, you know the eye tracking, right? So there are the image, and then the people look at some parts, right? Then we can know which part are you looking at from eye tracker, and then usually which area people look at the first. Center is a good position, center, but depending on screen size, but like a center is a good position. But also, if there are human, maybe animal as well, actually, human, animal, that people usually look at those human, especially the face part. Okay, I don't know whether people just like don't want to put eye to eye. That's I don't know exactly, but there are some bias. People look at some the human or the animal side, the living like the thing. So then actually it all happening almost automatically. Okay. So then okay. But actually the following of your question is so then the question is whether your prior like the experience knowledge is gonna important or not. So when you evaluate the post, right? So for that actually the not much study done yet actually. One reason is usually people analyzing social media content itself, the image, text, and then using the aggregate number of like the comment, right? And then because the company point of view, company just wanted to know what kind of their contents are really more engaging. So because of that, we usually analyze it that way. But however, if you want to go further, like maybe depending on the type of consumers, right, might show the different pattern, right? Probably based on their experience. Then one way is you could analyze the comments data. Comments. Someone read the post, see the image, and read the post, and then some of them writing the comment, right? Then from the comment, you can see whether they make a comment based on their experience or not. Okay, that might be one way. Maybe the another way is always to know such kind of some the consumer side, some the additional like some the survey, like the experiment that might be helpful as well. Okay, yeah, hopefully I answered your question.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Kwon, there are two other questions. Would you like to address those directly?
Yep. Okay, so next question is, there are many information campaign aimed at reducing smoking incidence. What are the lessons learned from the visual content of this for the issue? Okay, good. The smoking incidence. Okay. The interesting question. So I believe that there are lots of literature about especially smoking, like the health. There are, but I believe it mostly probably some a little bit like experimental study, showing some one or two the image. So because of the probably we still don't know like some only more like a real setting, like social media, like I analyzed the climate change or charity or the B2B the company posting, right? So we analyzed like the 5,000 the posting, but then actually we can get a little bit more like a generalized answer we could provide. But however, actually I didn't see actually that about this kind of smoking issue about because this is a little bit different, right? Like a climate change or like some charity, dojo is actually not about yourself, right? Still somebody else. Charity, you help somebody else, and the climate change important issue to you actually, but eventually, but actually the relatively still like sounds like far from you, right? But however, smoking issue, if you smoke your health, then it can be actually more like about you, right? So because of that, actually can be very different, I think. So then like I would say I don't see much actually such like large scale generalized job study yet. Okay. So because of that, I cannot say much, but based on my other research, what I can say is like from the emotional focus, emotion point of view, like the climate change or some other charity one, right? Usually negative emotion is much more effective, negative one. The negative one, like the negative sad face, right? Or negative consequence of climate change. And then the people respond a little bit more quickly. So this also a little bit consistent with the literature, like especially, like you can gain something, you can lose something, right? But like when you lose something, or the same amount, actually you actually respond more, right? So because of that, I think the reason is actually the negative emotion that can make it the more responding. But however, actually we still don't know then the emotion versus the information, especially in this the smoking content, right? So in my other project, like the B2B content, right? The B2B the context, actually informational is actually the much more effective than emotional content. So because the reason is maybe some of the nature is different, right? The more serious the business, people that think more, right? In that case, actually information was better. So then the smoking also is kind of the health issue. Probably people probably concern more, right? When you make a decision, even when you decide from the hospital, you probably thinking a lot, right? Your child is sick, you are sick, you're thinking a lot which hospital you go, right? So because of that, somehow I think compared to charity or climate change issue, maybe the information are also playing a much more important role as well. But again, also negative emotion also important. Then maybe you might want to like the test somehow combination, like somehow negative emotion plus some like the amount of some the information. That might be the best result you might get it. But we don't know. So that's why some research opportunity.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Kwon. There's last question.
One more question, right? Okay.
Yes, there's one more.
Are there generational cultural difference in terms of response to the visual content? Oh, okay. This is the great research question. Right. Yes, it is possible. So in general, like some the cultural differences are already happening. The cultural. So like the color, right? For example, color. the US, maybe China, like they have some different meaning, right? For the red color, but probably Chinese people like maybe red color more, right? So like a visual appeal, especially visual content, I would say there are much the strong the cultural difference. But many people didn't study yet. Okay, didn't study yet. So because of that, it's a really great opportunity. So maybe I can give you some like the one like maybe two information. So if you wanna like analyze some like Instagram or social media, some nice setting is you know like you need to control some other stuff, right? When you like the test some the cultural difference, right? Because actually many research when people do cultural difference, actually many things can be compounded, right? Not just the culture, many other things can be the difference. Then it's really hard for you to argue. So this is because of cultural difference, right? It's hard. But from empirical data, like social media, Instagram, you know, some big company, some global company, they have some similar contents, but they have the country by country Instagram, right? Like for example, Save the Children, United States, or Save the Children, the Indonesia. Okay, so then maybe they posted some similar contents, but different person are looking at, right? Probably like Save the Children Indonesia, like Indonesian people look at more, but Save the Children US, maybe the American people watch more, right? So then the viewers are different, but contents can be similar, right? That because the Save the Children, they do a little bit of customizing, but you can also find out some similar contents. Then content is similar, but engagement is different. Then you could say like this is somehow the cultural difference can contribute. Okay, so that's one. Also, recently I saw because I also interested in the B2B research. The Industrial Marketing Management (IMM), they have some special issue about the global perspective about the business, the B2B business. Then again, maybe the B2B company, again, you look at some the different country, in the different culture, right? And then if you find some the different the pattern, maybe you can try submit the paper. Yeah, hopefully that they can have some opportunity for you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kwon. Professor Adiningsih, we have two latest questions here posed by the participants. Two of the questions are related to the current Russian invasion in Ukraine. So the participants would like you to give a short review about the impact of the economic punishment or the economic restriction to Russia by several countries, particularly Europe and United States. And then also there's another related question by Chahyana from UKDW Yogyakarta. So how far digital application and global economic setting has been fruitful in discussing the issues of Russia invasion in Ukraine? Professor Adiningsih.
Okay, thank you. Actually, first about the effect of economic punishment to Russia. This is, I think, this embargo, yeah, not embargo, but yes, sanction, yeah. At least I read that, especially in European, they have difficulty to find oil and gas, and of course has really significant impact, yeah. But also I believe in many other countries which dependently most from Russia, especially in commodities and oil and gas, would influence significantly. For the rest of the world, I think it won't be a direct impact, but indirectly because of the scarcity more in commodity and oil and gas. That's make a lot of commodity oil and gas price is even now it's getting lowering again, but still high, and that's what make like inflation, which of course could be understood because economic recovering, price increasing, and inflation increase, but with the increasing commodity price, oil and gas, and also global supply chain, which also disrupted, that make inflation really high, and that also make uncertainty for many countries, like in the economic recovering, because the dynamic of the pandemic and also commodity price, and instability in the financial market increasing. So that's what make in the world economic now a stagflation. I mean, I hope it wouldn't be really happen, but some country has already preparing and discussing about how to combat the stagflation. And then from Mr. Cahyana from UKDW, actually almost the same issue, the crisis of war in Russia. How far all kind of digital application in global economic setting has been fruitful. Plus, I would love to say that the digitalization and digital transformation, we can see it. I mean, it's really fruitful, especially during pandemic. That's why even we should be home. A lot of things. Also, we can buy a lot of things and enjoy the like amusement, news, movie, and we also even remember at that time, not just studying, working online, but also a reunion, meeting family online. So I think yes, but of course, if regarding the war, I believe for the Ukrainian, people in Ukraine, now they depend more on the digitalization, at least know better the information, because when I read news, they always take a look what news on using their cell phone, and also my understanding, they also could buy things, could know what is going on and how to respond well, because of the application of online in their daily life, and of course, in general, with the actually war, we have discussed the impact, and I believe that at least with online, there is new. Of course, there is also some threat, but there is new opportunity. And I believe that in Indonesia, that's why really a lot of startups open up, and also in any other countries, and they are actually trying to use the concern we face now using online, and not all really successful, but a lot also has been successful. And the last, still one more, what are the current policy effort to improve worker productivity? Oh, it has been, I have answered it, right? Okay. I think that's what I would love to answer, Pak Gumilang. I hope that you could, I have answered all of your questions. Thank you very much, Pak Gumilang.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Adiningsih. I think I would like to invite one more time audience to share and ask their questions. You can do it via the slido.com or you can do it via the chat box, and we invite you to actually ask the questions directly to Professor Adiningsih as well as Dr. Kwon. So we'll wait for a minute perhaps to wait for these questions. Okay, so I think given that we don't have any other questions from the audience, I think I can try to wrap up our discussions today in the first plenary session of the Gadjah Mada International Conference on Economics and Business. As Professor Adiningsih have mentioned, we're almost at the post-pandemic state where the economic recovery continues, but we're facing several risks such as geopolitical tensions, stagflation, supply disruption, and climate change. And we're seeing large digital transformation ongoing here in Indonesia, and digitalization plays a very important role in the economic recovery, and it's going to continue, during the post-pandemic world. And improving digital competitiveness in Indonesia as well as around the world can improve economic growth, from the baseline growth of 5 to 6% in the context of Indonesia. However, we do have to pay attention to some of the challenges posed by digital transformation around the world, such as worsening economic inequality, and then the multiplication on the spread of misinformation. And there's also a digital training gap because there is an inequality in access to training, learning, skills, as well as talents, particularly in developing country setting. And from Dr. Banjaran, we learned that digitalization is very important in improving financial inclusion due to the lower cost and opportunity to scale up. And there's an important aspect in promoting women's economic empowerment. However, for the context of Islamic banking themselves, they face a challenge that they need to keep up with the changing demands and expectation, as well as the competition with conventional banks, as well as digital banks in the current financial market. The keys will be to understand the audience, increase level of awareness, and trust in Islamic finance options. So in the sense, these are very interesting policy questions that, apply to the Islamic banking industry. So it is actually an important for us, people working in the academics, to try to identify these policy questions and try to do research to provide evidence-based policymakers with information relevant for decision making. And then there's also one important feature on the discussion by Dr. Banjaran today, that is ethical. So we're looking at banks that are investing in ethical investment, as well as those focusing on sustainability. And lastly, from Dr. Kwon, we learned a lot about visual content analysis and its applications. We learned a lot by analyzing faces of people, whether sad faces or happy faces could actually lead to higher engagement by consumers. There are lessons learned from that. For example, we can shift back to sad, but with caution from happy emotion strategy, and avoid incongruent strategy in choosing the emotion. We also learned that visual narrative can affect consumer engagement. This is a good lessons learned not only for businesses in general, but also higher education who's trying to use social media to invoke more engagement with potential or prospective students. And we also learned about color features such as brightness, color saturation, and how they would affect consumer engagement in general. And there are also interesting topics in application of visual content analysis in the topics of climate change, as well as charity. So we would like to congratulate you for some of the works that you have been doing, and we would love to see how these papers will, eventually affect the literature in the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gumilang Arya, for moderating our session today. And thank you all of the speakers for the informative session this morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second day of the 10th Gadjah Mada International Conference on Economics and Business in collaboration with the 7th Gadjah Mada International Conference on Islamic Economics and Development, Accounting and Finance and Business Research 2022. My name is Eta Auria and I'm very honored to be your master of ceremony today. And ladies and gentlemen, we had several agendas on the first day of GAMAICEB and GAMAICI 2022. And today we are expecting to have more fruitful discussion as we did yesterday. So to kick off today's agenda, we are going to attend the first plenary session. In this session, there are two speakers, Professor Rosmimah Roslin from Universiti Teknologi Mada and Mr. Umar Munshi as the CEO of Atis Real Estate Islamic Crowdfunding. And the session will be managed by our honorable moderator, Mrs. Diyah Putriani, Ph.D. Here it is, the profile of Mrs. Diyah. Mrs. Diyah is a lecturer at the Department of Economics of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Gadjah Mada. She graduated from Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and completed her master and doctoral degree at International Islamic University, Malaysia. Now I will give the floor to Mrs. Diyah Putriani, PhD, to lead the discussion, please.
Okay, thank you, Sister Eta Auria. Ya. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. So this morning, inshallah, we will discuss two fundamental topics which covers. The first one is the topic about the impact of digitalization in leadership and human resource management. Basically, we will talk about whether the digital transformation process, especially during and after the pandemic, can have positive or even negative value on the leadership. And then for the second topic, we will cover is about the Syariah compliant fintech. In this session, inshallah, we will discuss mainly about the digital transformation in Islamic finance, especially in the area of social finance. Yeah, we will talk very deep about how come fintech can be Islamized through crowdfunding, which is the company from Umar Munshi. And then, and we are today very lucky to have prominent scholar who will cover these two topics. The first one is Professor Dr. Rosmimah Roslin and Brother Umar Munshi. And without any further ado, first, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rosmimah Roslin. But before she starts her presentation, I will read her inspiring CV. She finished her education for Bachelor in Marketing from Indiana University in USA, and then she continued her degree at Western Illinois University, still in the USA, and then for her PhD program, she finished at Keele University in UK. And also she has many professional experience, such as visiting research fellow at Keele University, and then Deputy Dean at Arshad Ayub Graduate Business School at UITM, and I think many more professional experience from Professor Rosmimah. And I think this is the time for Prof. Rosmimah deliver her presentation. Time is yours, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. I can't get your name now.
Diyah Putriani.
But anyway, yeah, yes, Dr. Diyah. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everyone. It is really a pleasure to be here, although we are now meeting each other virtually, but nevertheless, we are still meeting face to face, so alhamdulillah. So let me share with you first my screen in terms of my slides. Dr. Diyah just now has given quite a very brief introduction about myself. I am actually focused a lot more on marketing rather than human resource. But having said that, there's a lot that we can actually learn, through marketing as well as human resource, which is something which I am going to talk about today, in line with the theme of the conference, which is implications of digitalization. So in fact, the topic that I've been tasked with is on implications of digitalization in leadership and human resource management. But I would like to focus a little bit more on this concept of how leadership and digitalization is actually related. And in essence, I'm trying to link that to a topic that I'm quite passionate about, which is agility. So if you look at my title there, I hope everyone can see my screen, or rather the sharing of my screen. My topic is leadership and digitalization, and I focus on what I termed as agility in leading. So bear with me. Hopefully within these 30 minutes or so, we can actually share some knowledge in terms of what the focus of leadership is in the area of digitalization. So the flow of my presentation here today, this is what I have in mind. We're looking into how digitalization is embraced in leadership. So we are working in an environment of digitalization, and a bit about the differences between digitization against digitalization. Just a brief understanding of that, because what I have to say has some link to our understanding of digitization and digitalization. And then hopefully I'm trying to focus on how we lead in the digitalization age. And this is where I hope to be able to introduce this term agile leadership. So from there, we'll talk about agility in action, how agility is present in the context of organization, and the implication of agile leaderships for human resource. And this will then lead me to elaborate a little bit on co-creation, because agility has a link into our ability to co-create, and co-creation can actually lead to value creation. So ultimately, what I would like to be able to propose is that we can actually lead through co-creating. So that's the flow of my presentation. I hope it will be able to be digested well by the end of the session. So to start off our understanding of digitalization, I think for most of us, we understand that today we are working in an environment where we can't run away from this digitalization aspect. The use of technologies in our work have actually altered the way we do our work, the way we communicate, the way we relate, the way we interact with one another in our work setting. Like I said just now, this is a good example of how technology is being used. So that is an element of digitalization. Digital technologies are used to innovate and create resilience, because we want to be able to be here for a long time in terms of moving our organization, and adaptability in the way we work, because we need to change, we need to be dynamic, we need to progress. New technologies as well as new uses of technologies have actually transformed how we do our work. And in essence, this may affect not just workers, but working conditions as well. So this is an environment of digitalization that we are in right now. So from here, let's just sort of go back into what we've been experiencing so far. What we have learned from the pandemic actually has actually led to a lot more of this digitalization aspect. One, we have to rethink the role of the office and the way we do our work. I think most of us understand that already now. Yeah, the way we do our work is now no longer similar to the way we used to do. For example, the presence of physical office. Many of us no longer have physical offices. We can work anywhere. So we need to rethink the role of the office and the way we do our work. Also, the kind of workers that we need now, before the pandemic and after the pandemic, appears to not to be the same. There are some expertise that we need more of, that we learned from the pandemic we did not have. And there are expertise which we have during the pandemic, we see we no longer need them. Yeah, so something for us to think about along that line. Employees and employers may see the world differently. There is somewhat a disconnection in views. What an employer wants and what an employee wants during the pandemic, after the pandemic, is somewhat different right now. And what we've learned also is that agility and the speed of moving on, yeah, is the way to differentiate ourselves. Simplicity is now the way to go, because we can't have too many layers when we're doing our work. So there's a lot of things that we've learned from the pandemic, and I'm introducing this here simply because digitalization is very much linked to this. So now we have this question: is digitalization then the way forward? And I'm extracting an article, or rather a write-up from the Harvard Business Review Analytics Services, who says COVID-19 was the catalyst that emerged, drastically changing corporate agendas, and I think we realize that now, and forcing organizations to accelerate their digital transformation journey as survival and opportunity became intertwined. For us to survive from the pandemic, we learned we have to transform, and digitally transforming through digitalization appears to be the way forward now. Simply put, I like this word, pandemic-driven disruption. Sometimes we need to be disrupted before we know we have to move forward. So here it says, simply put, the pandemic-driven disruption permitted companies to take unconventional and uncharted paths to strengthen customer relationship, engage employees, and serve a higher purpose. I think this is very apt. This is very clear in terms of how the pandemic has actually changed us in terms of using digital transformation, or transforming us into a more digital awareness. Yeah. So having said that, let's just focus a little bit on what digitalization is. Okay. The meaning of digital transformation is closely tied to, I've used this term just now, digitization. And both digitization and digitalization has evolved over the years as more and more digital technologies are being used. Digital transformation is a broad framework for businesses to respond to new technologies, emerging technologies, in order for them to improve their performance and hopefully sustain their relevance in the long term. Yeah. There is a difference between the term digitization and digitalization. Digitization means to convert something into a digital format, and usually it refers to encoding of data and documents, something that I think the IT people are very well aware of. Whilst digitalization means to convert business processes in order to use digital technologies instead of us using our normal analog or offline system. So if you see the difference there between digitalization and digitization, the focus is that one refers to information, whilst digitalization refers to process. And I'm linking this understanding of digitalization to process. It is process that digitalization focuses on. We need leaders who understand the importance of process. That's my other key takeaway today. If just now we were looking at how we need to be aware of the changes that is happening around the world for us to move, for us to be dynamic, in line with that, we're seeing here, you as a leader needs to understand the importance of process. And by that, we mean a leader who can adapt and change when needed, a leader who has a clear path to the achievement of goals, and a leader who knows the value of the people aiding in the achievement of goals. If you think a little bit about this, all this are linked to the importance of process. So here, if I were to relate leading and digitalization, we see that leaders today are no longer confounded by hierarchy of authority, but they need to look into a more horizontal network of competence. A network comprising of self-organizing teams that are driven by goals and that can change direction speedily, because we live in a very dynamic world. There is a need for a new mindset, especially for leaders, shifting from an internal focus on outputs and efficiency to an external focus on, this is another key term that I also like to focus on, value for customers. And when I talk about customers, I'm referring to both internal and external customers. So this is where my marketing background comes in. We look into internal customers as well. And internal customers refer to your people, your human resource. They are your internal customers. And leaders must also acknowledge them. There is a need for leaders to draw on the full talents of those doing the work. Digital leadership needs to emphasize on engagement. And we're not talking about engagement of the brain, of the knowledge only, but also engagement of the heart, because we're focusing on people, where we inspire, and hopefully we are focused on collaborating with them as well. And I'm referring to the internal customers here now. So this is where I'm introducing this concept of agile leaders. Agility is a quality in which a leader is able to have the skills and abilities to respond quickly to new developments in the environment. And I think we already understood this very well when the pandemic occurred. Those who do not respond quickly to the changes that are going on will definitely be left behind. So this is what agile leaders are all about. They are able to respond quickly to new development, is able to gear into action as efficiently as possible, whilst having the objectives, the organizational objectives in mind. Because ultimately you want to achieve your organizational objectives, but it's the process of how you do it. So that term agility, agile, means to be responsive, to be able to adapt, to be able to be flexible. And there is also this ability to balance what needs to be done, at that point in time. Just to go back a little bit, the start of this agile movement is where this thought about agility comes in organization. The basis of agile in organizations actually began with the agile movement. And this was an approach to project management or software development where requirements and solutions are usually evolved through collaborative efforts of self-organizing and cross-functional teams and their customers. I've actually highlighted a few of these terms here because these are the key concepts that I'm trying to relate to this idea of leadership in this digital age. Yeah. So the agile movement principles was this: for you to be able to create what you want, the central point is actually understanding your customers. For leaders, this means understanding your internal customers, your people. Because if you can relate to them the needs of the organization and they buy in to your understanding of achieving organizational goals, you can actually get them to collaborate, get them to interact, and therefore search for what is termed as common ground, because all of us have the same basic aim, which is to achieve organizational goals in organization. So if we have an understanding of that, ultimately we will be able to find the best solution or the best means to achieve them. Yeah. So here, becoming agile leaders is the way forward. And what we mean here is this: agile leaders are those who are ready to adapt and to respond appropriately to the changing demands of the environment, the turbulence that is occurring right now, all the challenges that are taking place, and the potential breakthroughs in business, while at the same time meeting the needs of the organization, the customers, and the stakeholders. So essentially, what we are saying when we talk about agile in leaders or agility of leaders, we're saying leaders who are actually listening to the people or the internal customers, and they are co-creating with them to become an essential point in agility. If you remember the slide just now, we were saying the core aspect of agility is that you collaborate, and that collaboration requires you to also co-create. And what we mean by co-creating is getting the involvement of your internal customers in the decision-making process as well, or in the overall flow of the organization. So the digital foundation of agility can occur within the organization at all levels. You can adopt agility at different levels. You can adopt agility at the operational level, and this is where you start to develop teamwork, you start to co-create, you start to collaborate, getting the team to also produce inputs towards the achievement of organizational goals. But of course, it is at the operation level, and this can transcend then into the organizational level. And you can have organizational agility here, where your middle managers must also have this agile mindset when they are interacting with the operational people. And also because they are in the middle, they are interacting with both the tactical people as well as the strategic management team. So agility can also occur at the strategic level, which we call strategic agility. And these are basically how you make decisions. And what we are proposing here is this: you need to make decisions based on data that is derived through your digitization and digitalization just now. Both data and process occurring in order for you to achieve organizational goals. So you, as a leader can use the digital platforms to create value, where you are actually empowering employees, And when we talk about empowering employees, what do we mean here? Again, we're relating this to the pandemic here, where your employees can work anywhere, okay? And you are streamlining workflows in accordance to the needs during that time. So working anywhere implies that you are giving part of that responsibility to your employees. So that's where agility comes in just now when we talk about collaborating, involving them, co-creating. Yeah, so empowering employees, engaging with them, where you can have productive capacity, readily sharing of information. Again, the sharing of information can occur through digitalization, technology-driven processes, yeah, allowing you to share information readily. Yeah. Also, you are increasing. Okay, I'm losing my slide here. Increasing agility by rapidly adapting to changes, opening the path to creativity and innovation. This is the point of agility here. You want to develop more creativity, you want to innovate. It is no longer the task that is given to the leaders only. We are involving our internal customers together with us. Yeah. So leaders and the ability to co-create implies that co-creation is how we need to go. It is a strategy that brings together multiple parties to jointly produce a mutually valued outcome. No longer are decisions made solely by those at the top level, but the ability to get your people involved, to co-create with employees, the internal customers, are now the way to go. And that's the term of co-creating. So understanding co-creation here says, internal co-creation is a collaborative approach in which employees design key aspects of their organization together with top management instead of following a top-down command and control approach. I think this is an idea that is not new. It is an idea that is well established. The only thing is that how to do it and linking it with a term that for some of us maybe we are quite familiar, but for some of us this may be something that is quite a barrier, yeah, because for those who have been in organizations where autocratic type of leadership appears to be well established, now putting in this idea of co-creating can be quite daunting. Yeah, but I think because of the pandemic, because of the need to digitalize, because of our dynamic world today, where whether we like it or not, we need to co-create. So understanding co-creation is this. So co-creation in human resource management is therefore a shift in thinking from the organization as a definer of value. No longer the boss is the only person who knows what to do. It is no longer the boss or the leader who is the one defining the path of the organization. But we need now to shift to a more participative process where people and organizations together generate and develop meaning that is substantial to the organization. Yeah. So co-creating is part of agility in leadership then. how to co-create then with our internal consumers. And I like these words from Deloitte 221. I got it from their Global Human Capital Trends, where they said, we live in a world where we assume organizations knew best what skills workers needed to bring to the table. But the pandemic has taught us that potential comes to fuller fruition when workers are allowed to take more initiatives. I think this is the reality of the working environment today. Okay? So leadership through co-creating. What it says here is this. You need to move away, you as in leaders, need to move away from the top-down approach to more collaborative leadership. Collaborative leadership is nothing new. The only thing now is that we want to understand how to do it. Leadership is now no longer focused on position-based. This means management is not a prerequisite for leadership of managers, and managers are not necessarily leaders. Yeah? We're not saying we don't need managers anymore. What we're saying is that the way managers or leaders are doing their work are now different from what we used to. There is a need to listen rather than to solely direct. Yeah. So this is leadership in co-creating, moving away from the top-down approach. Leadership through co-creating or co-creation also implies that the circle of influence is more appropriate now versus the circle of control. A skilled leader today understands that they can influence the behavior of others indirectly by different interventions. And one of them is getting them to be involved, getting them into the leadership process. Yeah? By involving others, leaders are tapping into their basic human needs, and they will become more inclined to collaborate and to share their knowledge and experience. Each of us have different experiences and different knowledge levels. We should be working together to have a synergy in terms of how we can make use of our knowledge. The more people are encouraged to activate and expand their spheres of influence, the healthier the company will be, because it creates greater autonomy and engagement. People are different today, or workers are different today. People want to be recognized. Workers want to be recognized. Our employees want to be recognized. And this is something which co-creation allows us to do. Okay? The importance then of the team is more highlighted when we talk about agility in leadership. The team plays an important role because in agility right now, not just now, we talk about collaboration. So collaboration involves more than one person. Yeah. So a team is necessary for us to create collaboration, because collaboration among organizational members therefore create more productive teams. The skills necessary for building a team should be defined by the team collaboratively, regardless of their position. Teams that are engaged in discovering the skills that are needed to reach a common goal are likely to contribute in achieving them more sincerely, because they feel that they are needed. They feel they are also part of the organization. There is something that we need to also understand. A leader does not necessarily know all the answers. Leaders are not the sole experts in the team. The key towards building a collaborative team is through working together. And therefore, when we talk about working together, the human side of things come in. This implies injecting humility and empathy in the relationship. Traits that sometimes are lost when we have autocratic leadership. Yeah. So now leaders, we are saying, or I'm saying that maybe if leaders act more understanding, yeah, with humility, then the way to go is much clearer, yeah, for both the employers and employees. Okay. So just a bit on the characteristics of the agile teams. Agile teams work differently from chain of command types of teams, in that they are largely self-governing. Leaders tell them where to innovate, but not how. The teams work closely with customers, both external and internal. In other words, they are working together towards satisfying the end user. This therefore places responsibility for innovation in the hands of those who are closest to customers, because usually it is the employees or the people, yeah, who are working with or towards satisfying customers. They are likely to know more about customers as well. Okay, so the way forward then is this. Okay, this understanding. So if I were to put the key takeaways that I'm trying to propose here is this. This is the way forward for leaders. Leaders who understand the demands of the digital age is essential today. You need to know what digitalization has put forth for you. We can no longer work without digitalization, and this is a fact. Yeah, whether we like it or not, digitalization is now the way to go. And what did we say about digitalization just now? When we differentiate it with digitization, we say digitalization focuses on process. And when we talk about process, there's a lot of process involved. Process of creating value to the organization. And by creating value, we mean process of innovating, process of ensuring that our customers, our end users are getting what they want. But before we can get our end users or our end consumers or our customers to be satisfied, the key here is your internal customers must also be satisfied. They must work as a team. They must know the direction that the organization is leading to. And this is what the digital age is all about. This is what digitalization now has put forth to leaders. Leaders who understand the demands of the digital age is pertinent towards achieving organizational goals. And with this, because we were linking that part about process just now, we say that to do that, you need to co-create. And co-creating is part of agility, because the understanding of agility is here. You have to have a common ground. You must be able to adapt. Leaders, yeah, must be able to adapt. And by adapting, we mean getting also the input from our people. So agile leadership implies your understanding towards co-creating effectively with your people, getting them to be engaged in the process as well. Dynamic leaders are leaders who are flexible, whilst firm. I'm not saying that when we talk about flexibility, we mean leaders who change all the time. We're not saying that, but we're saying when needed. This is what agility is all about. Flexible when needed. They are able to exert power in a more productive way. So autocratic leadership is something you need to rethink again. So this is how I see the future of leaders today in this era of digitalization. And having said that, I'm putting forth this understanding of leadership through co-creating or through co-creation by saying leaders now need to be able to establish a common ground. And by common ground, I say you need to get both your people and of course the management team to come together to have a common understanding of what is needed to move the organization, even to the point of establishing the organizational goals. To do that, you need to collaborate with your team. And how to collaborate, we've seen just now, this coming up with agile teams, whilst meeting both internal customers as well as external customers' needs, and of course not forgetting your stakeholders' needs as well. So in a way, if we were to put this in a nutshell, what we're saying here is this: leaders in this digital age has to see their internal customers in a different light, because the pandemic has taught us that innovation comes up through collaboration, through being flexible, through being agile. And this is how I put things together, yeah, when we're talking about how leaders should be in this digital era. So with that, I think that's my presentation today. There are some references that maybe you would want to look through if you want more information on that. And I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much. I leave this back to Dr. Diyah then, yeah?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rosmimah, for your very excellent presentation about the requirement of leadership in the digital era. But before we move to the second topic, I think I would like to summarize some important point that we can learn from Prof. Rosmimah presentation. The first one is about the pandemic-driven disruption. She underlined that pandemic-driven disruption permitted the companies to take unconventional and uncharted path to strengthen customer relationship, engage employees, and serve a higher purpose. And then the second point, Prof. Rosmimah also differentiate the term of digitization and digitalization. Here, digitization means to convert something into a digital format and usually refers to encoding of data and documents. Meanwhile, for digitalization means to convert business processes in order to use the digital technologies instead of using analog or offline system. And then the third point is about the requirements for leaders in the era of digitalization, which covers the first one is an understanding of the importance of the process, and then the ability to adapt quickly, and then the ability to create clear path to the achievement of the goals, and then the ability to create the value of the people aiding in the achievement of the goals. And then the fourth point is about Prof. Rosmimah has already mentioned before that to lead in the age of digitalization, we need, the first one is we need leaders that can change direction speedily, and then a new mindset is needed, which is the we value for customer, internal and external. And the last, Prof. Rosmimah also highlight that what we do mean as agile is being responsive, being adaptability, being flexibility and balance. So becoming agile leaders, we are all ready to adapt and to respond quickly to change the demands of the environment. In other words, we are ready to listen to the people and co-creating. I think that's all some important point from Prof. Rosmimah that I can underline. And then for the second session, as I mentioned before, we will cover about Syariah compliant fintech. In this session, we will discuss mainly about the digital transformation in Islamic finance, especially in the area of social finance. And now we have Brother Umar Musi around us. But before he starts his presentation, I think I'll read his inspiring CV. He finished his school at Victoria School, and then he continued college in economics at Temasek Junior College. And then for his bachelor degree, He finished from National University of Singapore. And I think without any further ado, I would like to invite Brother Umar Munsi to present. Time is yours, Brother Umar.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So I have a short presentation, but before that, thank you to the organizers, to Gadjah Mada University, Alhamdulillah. And I will try to focus on some of the key points because I think I have half an hour. And I hope that there'll be many questions so that we can be more interactive. And yeah, so I'll jump straight to sharing my screen, inshallah. Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I will speak about ethics and myself a little bit, but I want to jump straight to the topic and focus on some of the basics. And inshallah, from there, we will transition to share a little bit more about what we have been doing in ethics. You know, as a group, Alhamdulillah, we've been around for about almost 9 years now, and a lot of our activities are centered around Indonesia. Yeah, but before that, this is a snapshot. It's not exhaustive, it's not complete. There are many other aspects to fintech, but I believe this will give you know, a good basic overview of fintech. And on the left, I've just, you know, we've just summarized some of the more common or more popular or more active types of fintech services that are offered in the market. Right? But there are many others, and within these categories, there are also many subcategories. Right now, I will not talk so much about all these different types of fintech services, and it's always growing, it's always evolving, it's always innovating, so it keeps changing as well to some extent. Even the terms change, the definitions change, the scope changes, right? So for example, P2P lending on the bottom right. In Indonesia, P2P lending is very large. There's more than 100 licensed platforms in Indonesia, licensed by OJK. And they provide basically lending, right? And out of 102, 95 are conventional and 7 are Islamic or Syariah compliant. But if you compare P2P in Indonesia to P2P in Malaysia, to P2P in Singapore, to P2P in the Middle East or Europe or China, it's all quite different, right, in terms of the scope. Although the basic of being a platform that matches projects or borrowers to investors or lenders, that basic principle remains the same. But what's different is the scope and the details, right? In any case, what I wanted to highlight, which I think is maybe more useful in terms of helping everybody here to have a good perspective of fintech, is in the box on the right. Yeah, we always see, you know, on the left, right, all these different types of fintechs. You Google what's fintech and you'll get, you know, a list of the different services and types of fintech. But I think what's very interesting for us to think about and understand is that there are different types of fintech players who can be doing any of these things, right? And they are very different in terms of the nature of what they are and also how they go to market and the eventual value that they produce. So one is the startups and the challengers. That's what my company, our company, Ethics, is all about. We are a startup, we are a challenger. We are not originally a financial institution that went into fintech. We're not a big technology company that went into finance. We are starting from zero, right? Starting from scratch and creating something within our company. So in our case, for Ethics, I'll share later on. We focus on crowdfunding that's Syariah compliant. So those are startups, right? Many startups, and some startups become really big. For example, of course, in Indonesia, you have a few unicorn fintechs already. Yeah. Then secondly, you have big techs or tech fin. There are many terms. Here is where big tech companies that are already very big, whether it's local or global, they move into fintech. Yeah. So for example, Gojek, Tokopedia, both of them were not really doing fintech, right? And then they are both doing fintech, or collectively now as one consolidated entity doing fintech, right? Similarly, Google is doing fintech now, having payments. Apple is doing fintech now, having payments, and so on, right? So That's where big tech companies start to go into finance, right? The third, of course, is where incumbent or existing financial institutions also start to have fintech. Sometimes they just digitalize what they have, so it's the same thing but digital. Sometimes they also innovate and go into something totally new, right? For example, in Malaysia, Bank Islam, and all banks today have, internet banking, right? That is just digitalizing of banking. It's the same thing essentially. But recently, just 2 months ago, I think what Bank Islam did was that they continued their normal Bank Islam in Malaysia. Yeah, they continued their normal banking with mobile banking, with internet banking, but they also set up a full digital bank that's separate. Right? If I have a Bank Islam bank account and I want to use that full digital or full neo bank or full virtual bank, then I have to set up a new account there, and the whole experience is different. Right? It's two different things. Yeah, so that's number 3. And number 4, this is also interesting. There are sometimes increasingly very specialist technology, R&D, development, innovation studios and companies. So they do not necessarily engage in the market. Rather, they provide the tech to the first 3. Right? They provide the tech to startups, to big techs, and to financial institutions. So these are the 4 types of fintech players, right? So when you go out, it can be confusing, right? A fintech can be a small company that just started. It can be a big bank with a fintech department. It can be a research company, or it can be a big technology company, right? So I hope this is a useful way to frame the players or those who are engaging in fintech, right? And here, I think the diagram here is self-explanatory, right? There's many advantages of fintech in terms of the user experience. That's what the diagram here or the infographic here shows. But on the right, when you go a bit deeper, these are some things I want to highlight, right? Because fintech has a big impact, okay? And that impact on the left is the basic impact across the board. It's easier, it's faster, it's cheaper. It can be the same thing but better. However, it can also be very different, right? So in the box, you will see again some highlights. You can create entirely new business models, entirely new services that did not exist in the past. For example, P2P, it's serving the underserved or the unserved segments that in the past did not have access to financial services, right? So these are 4 different aspects of how things are new or disrupted or different with fintech. Yeah, and one thing that's very interesting is, for example, microservices, even embedded finance, even AI. What it can do and what it has done is to increase financial inclusion. That means people who previously could not or did not know how to or did not have access to finance now can have access to certain types of finance because of how these features or components of fintech makes it easy for them. Sometimes it's even not known that you don't even notice that you are using fintech because it's embedded, right? So I hope you understand what I mean. I don't have time to go deep into this, but inshallah, feel free to share any questions you may have. Right. Of course, there's blockchain as well, which is another very big area. And a tricky area that, for example, cryptos, it's a very volatile, different world that can have a lot of benefits, but can also bring a lot of challenges and problems for people and society, especially if you abuse it by speculating in it. But yeah, here I'm just giving a quick summary of the various different potential use cases of blockchain, and basically it can be implemented anywhere in finance. Of course, it should not be implemented everywhere. I see a lot of, as a player in the market, I see a lot of startups and companies trying to use blockchain because of, I would say, maybe the hype in the past. And now it's sometimes positive, sometimes negative. But in the past, any tech company has blockchain is going to be more attractive. But a lot of them were just trying to solve a problem that wasn't there. You don't need blockchain to solve every problem. There are many ways to solve various different challenges and create value without having to go to blockchain. but at the same time, there are use cases that where the blockchain brings unique value or special value that you may not be able to get from other technologies. Right? So basically, it's just another technology. It can have incredible impact, but at this point, and it already has, but at this point, it's not yet, I would say, mainstream, and it's still in the maturing phase. Right? If you all read up or keep track of the news, you'll see how even the biggest or most popular blockchains are evolving. Right? Recently, Ether, right? They evolve to become better. Right? So there's still a maturity period to go for blockchain, in my opinion. And I think that brings us to the, okay, there's a little bit more, right? So I'm just going to dive in a bit more into the investment component. Right? I won't run through or read through all of these things. But one thing that's interesting is for people today, right? Even young people, even students who may not have a lot of money, we all understand that it's important to make our money work. Whether you set up a small side business, whether you do some online business, or whether you invest it. Now, the challenge is, the difficulty is sometimes online is difficult to know what's real and what's not, what's hype and what's not. And a lot of young people I know put their money, for example, in cryptos and other speculative assets, right? Because you can put small amount of money. But what I feel and what we do at Ethics is we want to open up access to real world investment. And that can be done through crowdfunding, for example, or P2P or securities crowdfunding, as well as various other models, right? And that's where I think it's very interesting. But all these so-called alternative investments are typically considered high risk, right? So while there is a basis, a business basis, a financial basis, economic basis to the transaction, there is still the real world risk. And later I'll touch more about this, inshallah. Okay. I just want to highlight quickly some of the possible advantages of crowdfunding or P2P financing. In Indonesia, you have P2P financing and securities crowdfunding, which are dealing in different kinds of investment and fundraising for different kinds of purposes, right? And I will not read out from the slides, but you can see here some of the significant advantages. Right? In summary, it helps you or anyone on one side to raise funds, right, or to get funds, and on the other side, for those who have extra money, to provide those funds. Yeah. So this is an activity where people are funding other people, or people are funding other businesses, or businesses or institutions are funding people and businesses. Right? It can be in any way. Whoever has extra money, whether it's people or companies need investments or loans, platforms match them. And this thing is happening all the time from ancient times until today, right? I have a business idea, I go to my uncle, I go to my neighbor, and I say, can you help me invest in this or buy this equipment or buy this stock so I can sell it and I will give you some profit, right? So what crowdfunding or platforms, P2P platforms do is we make that process much easier, much better, much more transparent, much more accessible. Everybody now can access fundraising or investment through platforms. Right? Of course, there's a process to it and not everybody will qualify. Right? Okay, so I hope this has given you a quick overview and also a deeper understanding of fintech. Right? I wanted to spend 15 minutes on the basics here. And from there, what I'd like to do in the next 10 minutes before I end is to highlight how Ethics has done it and some case studies that we have. Now, Ethics is a very old startup. When I started this, I didn't have any white beard, any white hair. I was much younger. It was 8-9 years ago. So 8-9 years is a long time for a startup. And typically by now, the startup is either already super big or closed down. And for us, we are not super big yet, and alhamdulillah, we're not closed down. But for us, we started too early, and we started before there were licenses. We started before there were players. We started before anybody knew what's crowdfunding and what's P2P in this part of the world, right? So we were first mover in this part of the world, and we were also one of the first few Sharia compliant platforms in the world. So that's great. You know, we are a pioneer, but it's very challenging to be a pioneer because you know, the ecosystem is not there, the understanding is not there. So we took a very long time to get licenses, but alhamdulillah, we finally have our licenses in many different countries. I will not run through in detail, right? But yeah, we can see here a quick summary. We have a P2P or lending license in Indonesia, an equity license in Malaysia, similar to securities crowdfunding in Indonesia, right? That's in Malaysia. And recently we got a so-called global license in Oman. The difference is for Indonesia, OJK allows us to raise funds only for Indonesian companies and individuals. In Malaysia, it's only for Malaysian companies. In Oman, it is for any country in principle. All right, so that's brand new. We just got the license this year, a few months ago, and we just started in Oman. So alhamdulillah, we have 3 licenses, and actually we have 3 more licenses that are not ready to go live yet in other countries. Yeah. So what we are planning to do is, or what we intend to be, is a global Islamic private capital market. All right, private capital market. So it's like the market you go, bursa, stock market, there's a public market. Those companies are all public. This is private. Yeah, for equity, for lending, for investment, and for fundraising. Okay. So that's what we do. This is a summary of what we do. Match funds to businesses and even social finance. Because we also have a platform called Global Sedekah. You can read more and know more on our website, ethis.co, ETHIS. Ethis, our brand, our name is a combination of the words ethical and Islamic. Right. And alhamdulillah, as a pioneer, as I mentioned, you know, we get recognition, we get awards, we get recognized by the market, by stakeholders. The gentleman on the right is my co-founder, Ronald Wijaya, Ronald Yusuf. So Pak Ronald is based in Jakarta, I'm based in Kuala Lumpur, and we have a team of 100+ people based in more than 10 countries, with the biggest group in Jakarta. And alhamdulillah, we also push the ecosystem because we realize that for us to grow, we need the industry to be there as well. We cannot be the small player in a industry that is not even there, right? Islamic fintech I'm talking about, right? Islamic fintech is still very small and very new, but it has grown very fast in the past 2 years. So we started Islamic Fintech Alliance in 2015, and AFSI, Asosiasi Fintech Syariah Indonesia, I think it was about 3-4 years ago. Yeah, alhamdulillah, just sharing that earlier on what I shared earlier, licenses, expansion, and so on and so forth. All right, and you can see some pictures of our team in Jakarta, in Kuala Lumpur, and we also have a tech team in Bangladesh. You can see the gentleman on the left. All right, now I want to jump to 2 case studies. Okay, I'm jumping around a little bit. I just want to give you a flavor of what we do. So in Indonesia, as I mentioned, we do financing. Okay, maybe I will reverse back. Yeah. So in Indonesia, we do lending or financing. We fund SMEs or UKM. And before COVID, we were funding real estate or property development, right? And that was very interesting and very fulfilling because we were providing funds to property developers to build low-cost housing, right? Or part of some of you may know the FLPP program, where there's a subsidy from the banks that's supported by the government, and that allows for low middle income families to buy low cost housing. One house is like around 100 juta, 200 up to maximum around 200 juta per house, right? So we raise funds from individuals, from normal people from around the world. 90% of our money came from outside Indonesia, right? It came from biggest group in Singapore, and then from Saudi and Dubai, and from the UK. So these are mostly Muslims. We have non-Muslims as well, but they're looking for Sharia compliant investment. And we share with them that we are supporting housing projects in Indonesia. Alhamdulillah, we managed to attract the investment online, and they invest in Indonesia. Right? We've done about 2,000 transactions, 2,000+ transactions. And alhamdulillah, although as I mentioned, we are not super big yet, but this is like a totally new user behavior in the Muslim world. Most of these people don't know Indonesia, never been to Indonesia, never met atheists, but alhamdulillah, when they see how we do things and they trust in our process and they are attracted to the projects, then they invest, right? Then COVID came and property became tricky, right? So we have to pause the property part and the real estate part, and now we focus on UKM, and it's growing much faster now. Right? We got the full license from OJK 1 year ago in October last year, and since then we've been growing much faster and having a lot more local investors from Indonesia as well. And now it's about 30% local, 70% foreign. Last time it was 90% foreign. Okay. Before I finish, I want to show you 2 case studies. This is from Malaysia, because Indonesia is financing or lending. We do transactions. You can go to our website, etis.co.id, and you can see our platform. Right, that's the local platform. I repeat, etis.co.id, and you can see how we do it there. Where essentially we do musyarakah for SMEs that have good contracts, right? The PO financing, work order financing, but based on musyarakah, pure musyarakah, right? There's a profit sharing ratio, and that equates to the returns. Now, we also do some direct murabaha, we do some istisna and so on, but mainly we do a musyarakah. Now, in Malaysia, we do equity. That means we fund companies, right? Usually startups looking for funding. So I want to highlight 2 examples. The first one is called Baloi. This is very interesting for us because of 2 things. Firstly, they are very profitable startup, which is not common. In the first 2 years, they made profit, right? And after we funded them about 1 year ago, they became much more profitable. Yeah, so alhamdulillah, our investors are very happy. Baloi is very happy. Baloi offers, groceries. You order online, and then you go and collect from their store, right? Or from their like small warehouses all over Malaysia. Very successful and growing very fast. Yeah. So this is one, and the benefit of Baloi is that it's cheaper than anywhere else. It's meant for low-income people, low-income families, or anyone who wants to save some money. They sell all the groceries at 15% cheaper than the market. Yeah. Now, very interesting current project is the Noor. Now, this is a combination of technology and commercial value and religious value, right? I'm sure all of you have some kind of Quran app or prayer app, So the Noor is at the basic level a Quran, prayer, ibadah app, but it's also a super app which has many services, mainly in Malaysia, and next market is in Indonesia and the world. They already have 5 million downloads, and you can check it out. So what I'm trying to highlight here is we are fundraising for the Noor, right? In the past, VCs will invest in the Noor, right? Big investment companies, not normal people. If you want to invest in Gojek, now you can if it's public, but in the past when it started, you can't, right? You cannot invest in small companies as a small investor. But with our equity platform, you can invest in, for example, the Noor with 500 ringgit, which is about juta, right? 1.3, 1.5 juta, I think. So that's where it becomes more affordable to invest in the Noor and to be part of the Noor's shareholders. So every time somebody gets notification for Salah or reads Quran, inshallah, the pahala, the hasanah, the goodness, the thawab will be spread to all the shareholders as well forever. It's like a wakaf. Yeah? But at the same time, it also can make money. How the Noor has grown so fast is very interesting. They have a top influencer called Nilofa as one of their co-founders. In Indonesia, they have someone named Tengku Wisnu, who's also one of their, part of their team. Yeah. So check it out on our platform. It's live now. There's another 2 months to go. Yeah. So I'm not trying to advertise, but I want, I think to understand fintech and to understand services, you have to go and explore and even try if you have the capability to do so. But at least explore, sign up, try it out, and test it out, and then inshallah there'll be deeper and better understanding. All right, so that brings me to the end of my presentation. And inshallah, I look forward to have a lot of questions from all of you, so I can share even deeper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Umar Munsi, for your inspiring presentation. I suddenly remember about Nilova several years ago when we talked about the actress in Malaysia with my friend. Actually, my friend also worked at this, I think 3 years ago. His name is Brother Ahmad Sabri. I think now he is moved in Bahrain, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, and maybe just touching a bit on that and the earlier presentation from Professor Prof. Rosmimah. What we realize is a lot of our team members get headhunted.
Okay.
They want to do good job because there are not so many in Islamic, in fintech, especially Islamic fintech.
Yes.
I think it's a good opportunity for all the young people, those who want to change their career to go into Islamic fintech.
Yeah, correct. Okay, thank you. So anyway, before we go to Q&A session, I would like to summarize some point that we can learn from Brother Umar. The first one is Brother Umar highlight about the different type of services provided by fintech, such as crowdfunding, and then mobile payment, trading platform, money transfer, and peer-to-peer lending. And then the second part, Brother Umar also explained about the benefit to use fintech or for financial transaction. For example, it become more convenient, more automated, more user-friendly, and fintech can give also new experience for the customer. And then the third point is Brother Umar also mentioned about the benefit of crowdfunding, such as process more transparent and then more accessible, and also it cover variety of deals. And in the last part of his presentation, he also explained his crowdfunding company, which is Etis Global, which recently win an award-winning leader in impact investment and Islamic crowdfunding with license in Indonesia and then Malaysia and Oman. Congratulations, brother, for this achievement. And I think that's all some important point from Brother Umar that I can summarize. Now we are move on the last session, which is Q&A session. Q&A session. I'll read some question from the Slido. Maybe the committee can show the slide. Okay. The first one is for Brother Umar Munsi. Collaterals are used in bank lending to minimize risk due to asymmetric information. So how do fintech lending manage and minimize risk? Okay, maybe you can answer first, and then we go to the next question.
Okay. If you want, I can answer all three at one time, so we can move faster.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then
as long as you don't change the screen, I can remember. Yeah.
Okay. And then the second question is, how can Sharia compliant fintech compete with other ethical or social conscious fintech globally? This is from Fadil from UGM. And then from Anonymous from Anonymous for Dr. Umar, for Brother Umar Munsi, what do you think about the current regulatory environment for Sharia fintech or fintech in general? Okay.
All right. Yeah. So for the first one, I probably won't go into detail, but what I will say is, fintechs can have and can choose to have their own risk mitigation approach. We can, and I think a lot of fintechs use the standard so-called traditional approach, having collaterals, the basic credit screening, and so on, right? So we can follow and do what the banks are doing to a large extent, or we can do a lot of alternative risk mitigation, and that's actually where fintechs are unique or special. For example, let's say in lending or financing, we can use psychometric analysis. So psychometric means to understand the person, the individual, at the human side of things, to evaluate and see whether the risk is high or low based on that person's character, right? Or it can be, for example, social media analysis, right? So some companies based on social media, especially consumer-facing companies, we can also check from their social media to see whether they are real or not real, high risk or low risk, and so on. Yeah? So a lot of alternative data and alternative methods are being implemented in addition to the traditional method. And so fintechs have that flexibility and capability to experiment and try over time. Yeah. So thank you for the question. Question number 2, how can Sharia compliant fintechs compete? All right. So here, when you talk about compete, I guess it depends also on which market you're talking about. If we are focused on Muslims and the Muslim market or Muslim countries, the OIC countries and so on, then the competition is different kind of competition from if you're talking about going to the general open market without the need or the attraction to Sharia, right? Because practicing Muslims are looking for Sharia compliant. Maybe some Muslims don't know or don't care, and of course, non-Muslims may not have any interest as well in the Sharia component. But what we do, what ETIS does, and what the world is also trying to do and has been doing is to converge the maqasid of Sharia, the objectives of Sharia, with the objectives of, for example, the UN SDGs, impact investing, ESG, finance, and so on. Right? So the positioning and the branding needs to be clear and needs to be sort of universal. Right? If you're talking to Muslims, you can, of course, and should, of course, say this is halal, this is haram. That's why we should do the halal. But if you say the same thing to non-Muslims, they're not going to understand. And when you say even to some Muslims, they say, okay, I understand, but why? I want to understand the logic, the reason. That's what's happening today, right? People do not want to just blindly accept. So the deeper substance of what we do is very important, not just the branding of being Islamic. Yeah. So I think to compete, we need to show how the value is really there, and actually Islamic Sharia finance is very, very valuable for humanity, and there's a lot of wisdom and benefit for humanity as well. And the last question, and after that, I believe Prof will be great to hear from you as well. But just my last question here is the current regulatory environment for Sharia fintech. I believe you're asking about in Indonesia. The regulation is fine, but what I feel, and I feel very strongly for this point, is that there needs to be stronger, more dedicated support and encouragement of Sharia fintech. The reason is because for many factors, conventional started earlier and grew bigger and grew faster, right? And there's good and there's not so good. There are P2Ps that provide online lending for consumer lending, and sometimes the cost is high, the terms are not good for the borrower, and of course it's not halal, right? It's riba. So inshallah, Sharia fintech can do it in a more sustainable and more ethical way. But it's difficult to compete with this giant conventional fintech. So there needs to be a dedicated focus, because Indonesia has institutions like MES, KNEKS, right? KNEKX, and all those institutions that are big institutions, government institutions, and so on. So there needs to be a much stronger push for Sharia fintech and much stronger support for Sharia fintech for it to be able to reach its potential. Right now, I think that support is not sufficient, and it's a big waste, because if you look at countries in the GCC and even countries like the UK, the government is pushing Islamic fintech and supporting Islamic fintech specifically. Malaysia as well. But Indonesia, the market and the people are growing, but the support is lacking. Yeah. So maybe I'll pause here for now.
Okay, thank you, Brother Umar, for the excellent explanation. And then we move on to the fourth questions. This is for Prof. Rosmimah. What kind of CSR is the most sufficient in post-pandemic era? This is from Sister Tin. And then again, from Fadil, from UGM. To Prof. Rosmimah, will this more participative trend in HR indicate a rise in more bottom-up forms of business entities such as cooperative and etc.? And then from Fitri Ayu Novirda, in this transformation, it's inevitable that some are going to make it and some are not. What happens to the people who can't or will not go to the digital? Maybe you can try to explain from the first.
Thank you, Diyah. Yes, thank you, Umar. It's been very interesting to hear that. Your presentation just now actually highlight the importance of digitalization. Yeah? In a way, it is showing that we are much closer now wherever we are. I think that's quite an important impact of digitalization. So back to the question, that first question on CSR. What would be the kind of CSR to be the most sufficient in this post-pandemic era? There are some thinking that the post-pandemic era has actually made some companies not being that lucrative in terms of their business. So the need for CSR seems to be going down. But I think the other way around should be the case, because more so during this time that many organizations are going into doing their CSR, and there are many different forms of CSR. One of the things that I think that can be contributed, especially by organizations that have still the strength to move on after the pandemic, both financially as well as structurally in terms of their being, their existence in the business, is to try and help others, especially with expertise. So CSR in terms of providing expertise could be one way of doing this. CSR in terms of enhancing what we call virtual volunteering. Virtual volunteering simply means that you don't really need to be there, but your presence could be in the form of, it could be financial, it could be non-financial. Yeah, but whatever it is, you still have the social responsibility that needs to move companies, other companies, for instance, other organizations, for instance, be it whether you have the means or not. Yeah, so maybe the kind of CSR that is needed after the pandemic must be looked from the perspective of different requirements. But I see it more of giving expertise, more of giving, apart from the financial form of CSR, but also giving in the forms of some form of voluntary virtual aspects. Yeah. So that's the first question. I hope I've answered that. The second question is there a difference in digitalization between private sectors and government agencies? Which, no, I got it wrong. Which question am I referring to? I haven't answered Fadil yet. Will this more participative trend in HR indicate a rise in more bottom-up forms of business entities? I do agree so. I do think so. Yes. This is what this idea of participative, if you can call it there, will lead to. It is more of looking at the needs from the bottom rather than from top-down kind of approach. Yeah, that's the answer to Fadil. And then Fitri Ayu Norfida, yeah, you say transformation, in this transformation, it's inevitable that some are going to make it and some will not. What happens to the people who can't or won't go digital? My quick answer to that is that ultimately you will lose. In the long run, you will not be able to make it because this is the way to go now. Digital transformation or digitalization is, to me, here to stay because a lot of things would be linked to digitalization. We are using more and more technology in the way we do business today. So if we are not prepared to do that, even simple things like buying groceries right now, yeah, Umar, people are going online. Therefore, if a simple thing like that, and you are not prepared to go into digitalization, I think in the long run you will lose. Not even in the long run, in the short run even you will lose. Yeah. What else is there? From Anonymous here, my question is, in digital transformation, which position have the most important role and are most affected, top or middle management? Well, if you look at my slide on agility in organization just now, we say that it is actually present in all levels. But if you ask me which one will be most affected, in terms of digital transformation, I think if the top, the strategic people who are conceptualizing the direction of the company, the direction of the organization, if they don't buy in to the idea of digitalizing, if they don't buy in to the idea of transforming digitally, they are the ones who are likely to be affected, because the organization is going to be affected. Yeah. So in a way, I see the top management as having the most need to understand the demand of digital transformation. Okay, and then there's another one here, Anonymous. The right leadership style for the organization being led does not match the character of the leader. What's the solution? Wow. Leadership style does not match the character of the leader. If I see the word there, the character of the leader, that is something that's quite difficult to change. You have to be able to adapt, because agility is also about adaptability. If you are a person who is very rigid in terms of your personality, in terms of your attitude, your ideas, then you need to re-look back as to whether you are really the leader for that organization. What's the solution? The solution to me is review back your own position. You know, sometimes if we want to change things, we need to change ourselves first as well. So to me, the character of the leader is pertinent in trying to move the organization in the right way. If your character does not match, you know, the leadership demands of the organization, maybe it's worth looking back at how things, you know, whether that is the right organization for you or not. Okay, so Diyah, I think there's a few questions there for Umar. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rosmimah, for the answer. And then the next question is for Brother Umar from Hamba Allah. Yeah. How do you introduce Islamic fintech to the general public that most people don't really know? And then the second question, how can we market Sharia compliant fintech or financial services to people of other faiths? And then the last question is, can you go deeper into what kind of supports are given to Islamic fintech in countries like in the UK and Malaysia?
All right, thank you. So I think first 2 points are sort of related. Yeah? So again, back to my earlier point, when we communicate, when we market, when we introduce, it also depends a lot on who is the audience or the target audience, right, we're speaking to. Right? Because in any kind of marketing, you need to relate to and resonate with the audience that you're speaking to, right? So if you're saying general public in Malaysia, in Indonesia is mostly Muslim, but general public in Singapore is mostly non-Muslim, right? So the approach would be different, right? But for both, I think the basics remain the same, right? And for both, the basics are, again, the value or the substance or the benefit of Islamic fintech or Sharia finance in general. And that, maybe I can describe it a little bit, right? Some ways that we can phrase it, you know, in English that is a more digestible or easy to understand or easy to relate to. Right? So when we talk about Islamic finance in general or Islamic fintech specifically, the benefit is in terms of the direct benefit to the user or direct benefit of the product. Typically, we will say things like it is taking into consideration, not doing any harm, right? Not doing any harm to people, environment, to the world, not doing anything bad, right? So there is a negative screening where anything that causes harm, of course, from our perspective, anything that's haram, right? But from the neutral perspective, anything that is bad or anything that causes harm, that is not allowed, or we do not do that in Islamic fintech, Islamic finance. Right? So that's on one part. There's a line that you cannot cross. You cannot do certain things that are not good for people. Then there's also the upside, right? We want to do good. We want to create benefit. We want to have social impact. We want to be more fairer, right? Because in Islam, the concept of adil or justice is very important, right? So we can phrase it as we want to be fairer to both parties or all parties in the transaction. Another way to phrase it is to be more participatory. So both sides are participating in the business or the investment or the transaction. So that's one way to phrase it. That so far people tend to like. And of course, linking it to things like the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, linking it to ESG, to SRI, all these impact investments has been beneficial. Like for atheists, we are part of the RFI, Responsible Finance Institute. We are also Responsible Finance. There's a longer name for it, but yeah. Anyway, I remember the old name. And there's RFI. I can look for RFI. And also, we are a signatory of the UN Global Compact, which is a program under the UN where corporations subscribe to and commit to fulfilling certain criteria and having certain types of ethical finance, basically. So that's the UN Global Compact. Yeah. So that's how we market. And of course, we need to make it clear that Sharia finance, fintech, Sharia Islamic fintech is open to everyone and is meant for everyone. Because the reality is, if you market to non-Muslims and you say Islamic or Sharia, for those who are not familiar with it, they may feel that it's not for them, right? Like if I go to you and I say, I assume there's mostly Muslims here, right? If I go to you, you're a Muslim, and I tell you, there's this finance is good, it's for everybody, it's a Christian finance, right? Or Buddhist finance, you'll feel like, is it for me? I'm not Christian or Buddhist, right? It doesn't match your identity, doesn't match your faith. Yeah, so that's a bit of a challenge because Islamic finance grew and the terms are all in Arabic and all that, right? So if we are targeting or trying to engage non-Muslims, we need to reduce that, Arabic component, Islamic component, and focus on the substance of why it's good. One point I want to share that maybe we don't really share so much, but it's interesting, I feel that for all of you to think about is, when you talk about ethics, when you talk about morals, humanity keeps changing what is ethical and what is moral, right? It changes over time. 10 years ago, what's ethical and moral is different from today. 20 years ago is different from today, right? And that applies to almost anything we do. In Islam, in Islamic finance, we have some fixed rules, right, that do not change. Of course, context will be different and there's some implementation differences, but the basic halal haram remains the same. So that is actually very powerful, because if you don't have that, then what is right and wrong keeps changing over time, right? Humanity, society changes. But in Islam, we have something that's fixed. So even though society changes, the morality of what we do at the basic level remains the same. And that is a very strong benefit, in my view, of Islamic finance. And especially when I speak to people who have faith of other faiths, and I explain this, they tend to accept it very well. For example, practicing Christians are quite worried that Christianity has become very different in many different communities, right? So when they hear about Islamic fintech and having the fundamentals, they become very attracted to the idea. Okay, last point, I think I cannot talk too long about every question. What support? Okay, so this is very interesting. I think there's two main kinds of support, right? One kind of support is more on direct financial, R&D resources support, right? In Malaysia, there are grants and programs for those who are doing R&D in Islamic fintech, and the government gives you a grant, right? The other kind of support, which I think is maybe more relevant to Indonesia, right? Because I think in Indonesia, the grant model is not so common. It's more of business development, market access, relationship support. That means the certain bodies should coordinate and bring together and pull together the different stakeholders and facilitate the interaction and the relationship between the stakeholders. So for example, in Malaysia, I'll share Malaysia because I'm more exposed here. In Malaysia, zakat, sedekah, and wakaf is a bit complicated because every state or most states have their own religious body. There's a national religious body that does not have authority over them. It's very difficult, right? And a lot of them are very traditional. But the certain stakeholders here, government bodies, pulling these people together, right? Bank Negara Malaysia itself is pulling together banks and all these religious bodies, right? Majlis Agama, to do social finance together. And now they're inviting fintechs like Etis to be part of that as well. So these are things that, you know, we can try to do on our own. Fintechs are trying to do on their own. But if the government, if certain bodies come and push it and support it, it will move much faster. Right? Because sometimes a small fintech approach a big institution, if you don't know somebody there or they don't know about us, they may not entertain us. But if the government is the one saying this is good for the country, this is good for all of you, and I want you to focus on this, I'd like you to focus on this, we encourage it, then it becomes much faster and better. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Umar, for the great answer. And I think all of the questions and answer is already done. So this is the end of the session for Q&A. Okay, but before we close, maybe there is a closing statement from Prof. Rosmimah and Brother Umar. Maybe we can start from Prof. Rosmimah.
Thank you, Diyah. My closing statement is that, well, firstly, I have to thank the organizer of the conference itself again, because I think this topic is definitely an apt topic at this time and age, because that question just now on what about those who do not go into digitalization, what happens to them? Well, I think, you know, the importance of digitalization has already been established. And I think Umar has already shown the importance of fintech. It's there because of digitalization. So I hope this is something that will not be seen and accepted just by people who are in organizations. In other words, I think we should be looking at it both from an applied perspective by people in organizations or businesses, but also by academia, those from the basic perspectives where if you need to do more studies on this is the right time. The pandemic has shown us how without the right ingredients or the right thinking of moving forward, and digitalization is the way forward, you may be lost or you may be left behind. So that's my main summary of what I think is how digitalization should be viewed today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Rosmimah. And then from Brother Umar.
Yeah, thank
there
you.
any closing statement?
Thank you, Prof. I think that point, I have two main points. One point is to just add on to what Prof mentioned just now, which is, you know, the academia side is actually very important. And my personal experience and my view is Islamic finance has, I mean, definitely grown. A lot of good things have happened, but he did not yet really manage to fulfill its potential, which is more on the financial inclusion side, more on the creating good side and providing better alternatives to conventional finance. We have not reached that point. And it's a lot to do because, in my view, there's a gap, a divide between academia and the practitioners, right? And now with fintech, there's so much flexibility and potential on what we can do. And if fintechs like Etis, for example, get that knowledge and that value and those ideas and research from academia, we can try to implement it. But if there is no closeness and understanding between academia and players, then we will just try and do it ourselves. And we are redoing what academia has. So there's a lot of, I believe, a lot of value, a lot of concepts, a lot of theories that have not seen, that the world has not seen, that is stuck in research papers, right? So if that can come out through fintech, I think there's going to be a lot of value for all sides, inshallah. So that's the first thing I wanted to just share. And the second thing is, I believe there's a lot of young people and students here. So to really understand something, you have to get involved, right? I'm not just saying that for to market or promote ethics, right? I mean, it's about you and it's about the industry. If young people get involved, go for internships, right? Apply for internships if you're still studying or if you're going to complete. It's a competitive market today, but it's also a global market. And there are many companies in other countries who are investing and looking at countries like Indonesia, right? So if you have exposure in fintech, experience in fintech, there are many opportunities for you for employment as well as to do business, inshallah. So yeah, my second point is to get involved, to participate, to sign up for newsletters, to join internships, to join programs, to read, to learn, and basically get involved, inshallah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rosmimah and Brother Umar. Okay, now this is the very end of this session. So because both of you are from Malaysia, and I close this conference with 2 pantun, yeah. But I apologize because I cannot create English pantun. So allow me to use Indonesian pantun, yeah. The first pantun, maybe this is Japanese pantun. Kupat duduhe santen menawi lepat kula nyuwun pangapunten. And then for the second pantun, hari ini bunga mawar sedang merekah. Semoga dari conference ini Bapak dan Ibu mendapat berkah. That's all from me. Thank you very much, especially for Prof. Rosmimah and Brother Umar for having this conference. I back the forum to the MC. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Diyah, for moderating our first session today. And thank you all of speakers, Prof. Rosmimah Mohd and Mr. Umar Munshi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 10th GAMAICEB and the 7th GAMAICI 2022. We are going to have the second plenary session today. There will be 2 speakers, Professor Dr. Mira Kartiwi from International Islamic University Malaysia and Professor Sahadewo from University of Essex. The session will be managed by our Honorable Moderator, Mrs. Fitri Amalia, Ph.D. Here it is the profile of Mrs. Fitri Amalia. She is a lecturer at the Accounting Department, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Gadjah Mada. She graduated from Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Gadjah Mada for bachelor degree and Lancaster University Management School, Lancaster University, in the major of Information Technology, Management and Organizational Change. She pursued her Doctor of Philosophy degree in of Accountancy, Queensland University of Technology. Her research interests are accounting information system, corporate governance, and information system management. Now I will give the floor to Mrs. Fitri Amalia to lead the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Eta, for the opportunity. Good morning, honorable speakers and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is an honor for me to be here today as the moderator of the second session, and a very warm welcome to the second plenary session of the 10th Gadjah Mada International Conference on Economics and Business and the 7th GAMAICI with the topic Digital Transformation in Economics, Business and Accounting. As we know that digital transformation is a very interesting topic, which has brought changes to nearly every aspect of business, the financial industry, and also the public sector. Digitalization has created new business models and innovation while transforming the economic and financial landscape. Furthermore, its advancement has led to fundamental changes in public and private sector. So we have discussed about the important implications of digitalization in leadership and human resource management, and also Sharia compliant fintech in the previous session. And in the second plenary session, we aim to understand how digitalization is shaping the Islamic finance industry. And also we will discuss about digitalization in the public sector, its implication for accounting and accountability. But before we start the session, I would like to welcome our two distinguished speakers who are joining us today. The first speaker is Professor Mira Kartiwi. She is a professor in the Department of Information Systems, International Islamic University, Malaysia. And also we have the second speaker who will be joining us later today, Professor Shahzad Udin, professor in accounting from the University of Essex. So first, I would like to introduce Professor Mira Kartiwi. Professor Mira Kartiwi is a professor in the Department of Information Systems, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, International Islamic University, Malaysia. She is also the director for Center for Professional Development in the IIUM. Professor Kartiwi completed her doctoral degree in Economics and Information Systems at the University of Wollongong in 2009, and she also completed her master's degree in Information System from the University of Wollongong. Professor Kartiwi's area of expertise include health informatics, e-commerce, data mining, information system strategy, business process improvement, product development, marketing, and delivery strategy. As acknowledgement for her expertise, she has also been appointed as editorial board member in local and international journals. She has also published articles in various top journals, including Journal of Engineering Science and Technology and Journal of Information Systems and Digital Technologies. We are very happy to welcome Professor Kartiwi to this plenary session on the topic of digitalization in Islamic finance. So, Professor Kartiwi, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the Honorable MC that very kindly in introducing me. It's very nice, and actually it's been a while. I haven't heard about those backgrounds of me when I was in Wollongong, but that's very nice of you to introduce a very comprehensive historical journey in academia. So thank you again, and thank you so much for the conference organizers, especially Universitas Gadjah Mada, for inviting me to the session today. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahilladzi hadana li hada wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadanallah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammad abduhu wa rasuluh. So thank you so much. Let me start with sharing my screen. If I can get any response from the organizer, whether the slides is well. Is there anything that blocking my slides from your view?
No, we can all see your slides.
All right, thank you so much. Right, thank you, Dr. Fitri. Again, I really appreciate for the invitations, and it's really an honor for me to be here with everyone. And I'm so glad that the two speakers in the earlier sessions were my teachers. I would see them as, I actually see them as my teachers, where I learned a lot today, and thank you so much. I think a lot of things that I might cover today might be redundant to what they have explained, but I really hope that I offer a different perspective or different narratives that would add to what has been highlighted earlier. Okay, so thank you so much again to the speakers of the previous sessions. Let me just go through to my topics that has been requested by the organizers to actually convey in these sessions, which is on digitalizations of Islamic finance. So before I proceed to the actual digitalizations of Islamic finance, I think what would be very critical for me is to sort of set the right ground rules or understanding on digitalizations and digital transformations, because I think all this while, all these three words, all these three terms are actually often used together, if not often used interchangeably, which is, it is a mistake. It is not interchangeable, and yet each and every term is actually meant for different things when it comes to implementations. The reason why I actually come up with these slides first, because throughout my experience as a consultant, especially for small medium enterprises, it's very sad to see that people say, I have tried digitalizations and it doesn't work. I have spent so much money, or because they see it as an expense. So they said, I have spent so much money on digitalizations, and it becomes a burden to the business rather than something that actually enabled them to progress. So in this case, I think when I look at the reasoning, or when I look at the reasons why the rationale of such statement is mainly because they have a misunderstanding of what all these terms mean. So let's have a look on this. I'm sorry, I didn't again mean to undermine anyone's understanding or definitions of these three terms, but I think for the benefits of especially for the benefits of the industries, especially, and the students that will soon join the industry or the workforce. So I think it is very important for us to understand these three terms with the right understanding. First, when we are talking about digitalizations, okay, so digitalization is basically creating a digital bits and bytes, versions of analog or physical things such as documents, paper documents, microfilms, photographs, sounds, and so many more. So when you are talking about digitalizations, it's just basically changing the form of things. Okay, so from physical, from paper, now you have the scanned copy of the documents. So when we are talking about digitalizations, usually people will be focusing more on changing the mode. For example, rather than submitting the hard copy of applications in person, you can actually change that by submitting the scanned copy of the documents of the application form, for example. So in this case, if by changing this, it doesn't change the process, which in other words, the process of how the business run the process, the remaining process, for example, in this case, this is the common misunderstanding, is that I have digitalized, digitalized means that it will affect the process, where digitalizations actually just change the form of things that you use in the business process. So when we are using this and the remaining of the business process doesn't change, it is just a digitizations. Okay, so it is just the digitizations, which is a very basic of transforming things for the business process to roll on. And especially if the business still do a lot of things as is, like for example, sorting the applications and then forwarding to the relevant officers for process applications. This is, again, no impact on the business process, and that basically it will not be able to be classified as digitalizations. Where we want to see digitalizations. So when we want to talk about digitalizations, basically we want to focus on the use of digital technologies to change business model and provide new revenue and value producing opportunities. And it is the process of moving into digital businesses. So which in this case, we're talking more about the process. We're talking more about how we can actually optimize things. For example, by saying sorting things by a person, can we actually do that by an algorithm, for example? So in this case, rather than the consumer or the customer filling the form, the paper form, let's have it in the form of the web form, for example, where customer can actually fill it, and then the algorithm will actually decide to which particular staff who will handle such application form. And in this case, usually what comes with every digitalizations is the reskilling and upskilling. Reskilling means that the person might actually do things differently, whereas upskilling, how to actually improve things that has been done initially. So in this case, this comes in a package. You will not be able to isolate for example, you will not be able to isolate transforming things into digital form, especially you want to embed that into a certain process by not upskilling and reskilling. So I think this is something that comes in a package, and we have to understand that digitalizations is also it's not only about the technology, it's also about the human that operates in the process, that also part of the process, the business process. So this is, I think, most of the issues where the issues comes in. Okay, so usually when I assist certain businesses when they have embarked the digitalizations. Unfortunately, most of my experience is actually I came in when the digitalizations is about to fail. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why they actually get my name for that. But what is interesting is that when I ask them, why did you actually have me at this stage? The first thing is that they see academicians as very patient. Okay, so I think that I would say that is a compliment, probably because we are nurturing students every semester. We guide them, we nurture them. So I think that patience comes with the job. And also what is interesting is the second reason is because academicians are cheaper. Okay, so I think Dr. Fitri would probably have a different opinion on that. I'm still having a hard time to classify whether that is actually a good news or bad news, but I think what matters is that we are learning from those experiences. I think for me, that what matters the most. And what is interesting when I actually assist those businesses at that stage, it is a bit hard to actually maneuver because you already have sort of technology planned, but what is missing is the design. Okay, so the technical part, the infrastructure part is already planned, but the design of ensuring all the stakeholders, especially in this case, is the people, the employees or the human resources that will actually run those digitalizations were often left out. So I think this is another issue that perhaps we should consider carefully later on before we actually embark on digitalizations, particularly for Islamic finance, because Islamic finance, I think what is unique about Islamic finance, it has a lot of values, not only that it actually bound by Islamic values, it's also governed by Islamic values. So in this case, later on, I think there's a lot of things that probably we have to imbue into the process of digitalizations. And last is about digital transformations. What is interesting about digital transformations is that we are not looking at on a specific department per se or a specific project per se. We're looking at on the organizations as a whole. We are looking at on transforming the entire business, transforming the entire organization. So in this case, what we want to see at digital transformations is the entire landscape of technology, people, and competency and business process. So we are looking at a much more intense and as well as a holistic view is surely needed at this stage. And if I may highlight a bit on what Gadjah actually highlighted just last year on the digital transformations, they have a very interesting infographics on the digital transformations. It's actually part of webinars, which is I found it very interesting and educating. Is on the digital dexterity on digital workplace. So what is highlighted is that often when we are talking about digital transformations, we focus on the high impact performance and then the return on investment. Yesterday, I kind of interested with some of the statement from previous speakers when they said that it is the need of the industries today, of the financial sectors especially, to actually see technology as an investment. I couldn't agree more, but on the same time, I think that could also triggers a very dangerous perspective that everything has to be dollar to dollar value, because I think what is also matters when it comes to digital transformations, we also build that kind of agility, kind of resilience to our employees. So in this case, I think it should not be the ROI, should not be dollar to dollar kind of comparison. It should be again more assessment, more holistic assessment on the ROI or RTI. Okay, and of course, what we want to achieve from digital transformations is the business outcome. Okay. Having said this, I think what is also important for us to think is on the digital workplace. Once you have digitalized the organizations, you have to think about how these organizations, how these people can actually own this change, can actually feel that this change is needed and can actually be, and those changes can actually sustain. What we want to see in here is whatever we have invested in terms of change, people buy in. So that there's a buy-in from all those people that actually involved in these digitalizations. What is perhaps what we can actually highlight from here is that on the business outcome, on the digital transformations, those things that should come with it could stay. I don't think there's something that we should debate on, but on the other hand, I think we should also look at the employee experience, especially now with the emerging issues of mental health and whatnot. What is very important in digitalizations is taking care of the human side as well, not only just the business side, but also the human side, which in this case, the employee experience. When we want to look at all these digitalizations, perhaps we could also consider to actually see which technology is actually easy to use. Can actually this technology brings values into the process so that the people will not feel overwhelmed by the change itself. Of course, there might be some time that you have to set aside for things to be degraded because people are learning for a time, but in the long run, people should actually see that as something that is needed in the organizations to actually progress. So I think this is what is critical at the moment with digital dexterity. I'm not sure whether anyone have heard this, but it becomes a very interesting buzzword in the past few years, where we want to focus not only on the technology but also on the people, and we should also engage the people on deployment. So making sure people actually embrace and embark and embrace the technology with the right mindset. So again, if I can sort of reiterate on the digital workplace, especially things that we want to couple with digital transformations, is there's one article which is very interesting here. The missing ingredient of most digital transformation initiative is a sustained and successful focus on improving employees and leaders' digital dexterity. Again, back to my experiences now when I actually assisted businesses in embarking digital transformations, especially when it is about to fail. Another issue that often emerge is on the making sure that the change sustains. So they are worried that the change will only works on the project, but once the project is actually concluded, the change, people goes back to the initial stage of doing things. There's a lot of spillover processes, and of course it doesn't seem like it is a worth investment. So in this case, I think we also have to look at when we want to have this, the dexterous leaders should play a very important role here. Because we have to think, okay, the ambitions and ability to use technology for better business outcome. If people are able to use the technology, then the investment will be wasted. And in fact, what worse is it can actually heighten the employee change fatigue. And I've seen this to where the session was. We were about to have sort of a FGD with different groups. There's one divisions. It's actually financial sectors. And we want to assist one of the department in how to improve the processes, and one of them is through digitalization. So digitalization is already in place, processes already been identified, but the buy-in from the people was not there yet. And even if it's there, the transformations was not actually fully, or the digitalization was not actually fully embraced by or embarked by the people. So in this case, the company, the organizations was very worried that the investment will again come to waste, and what worse is people will become resistant to change. So, and that already shows in the sessions when we actually invited different groups. Because the process actually involved 3 different groups. So when we invited individual groups, we can actually see the body language, the kind of narratives that being thrown out, the kind of concern that actually being highlighted. It all shows that they already have this. They already have that change fatigue. Okay, so now we're going to do what? So now this process will lead to what? So it's not about the technology itself. It's about, so what? So now with this technology, so what? Because we've actually adopted different system, like 5 years ago. Now it's another system. No, it's another change with the technology. Where are we heading? So I think that's a very valid question, which is the company, which the organization should actually answer that before they actually embark on this kind of digitalizations, is where the company is heading. I'm going to highlight with some food for thoughts before we conclude the sessions today. But I think it is something that I really, really hope whichever sectors, including Islamic finance, I think we should start to think where all this change lead to, and how much how much we have actually take into account the people that will be affected by the process, which for sure include the employee experience. And the next one is, if I may highlight again, just want to dig further into the digital dexterity, because I think this is another issue that emerge a lot, especially in recent digital transformations, is on the beliefs, mindset, and behaviors that accelerate digital business transformations. If you have looked in the recent, it's not recent actually, it's 2018. I'm not sure whether we should call it a deja vu, but now that with COVID, we kind of see this happening, and it's kind of like surfaced to everybody realize, yep. So this is now something that we should have be aware of when we actually embark on digital transformation. So what is interesting here is there is a notion of working digitally and building digital businesses. I'm not sure whether it's anything blocking your view from my slides, but if I can sort of zoom in a bit. Okay, so with working digitally, when it comes to ambitions to work digitally, there's a belief in technology's ability to augment personal tasks and activities, willing to take on new roles to support digitalization's plans, views data and technology proficiency as a critical career advancement. On the same time, where we are looking at the business side, considers digitalization to be critical to company effectiveness, innovate and take risks in pursuit of digital opportunities. But again, this is what is the ambitions. But what about the abilities? I think what we have to again build with these narratives is we should again focus on the ability for our employees, especially for our staff, to be able to adapt to work on initiative with often it is unclear or changing requirements. That building that agility to actually adapt to change. I believe it's if I can put it as sunnatullah, right? We cannot make sure things that we do today exactly what we're going to do in the next 10 years, let alone 10 years, even tomorrow or the week after. So I think that this mindset of we should be able to adapt, that would be another abilities that we can actually embed with our employees. Works iteratively to improve outcomes, can work from anywhere. On the same time, to also build the basis to be more collaborative, not only within the department, also across the department. Let's eliminate the chances of people getting more and more siloed, and because technology can actually do that, eliminates the opportunities for people getting more and more silos. But on the same time, it also the tools for you to actually create such environment. And another one is surfaces digitalization's opportunities to improve department functions and operations. And last is to obtain technologies independently to succeed on the job. So I think we do have a lot of narratives, if not prescriptions, on how to actually instill the digital dexterity. But also let's have a look on the two sentences from the reports that I think it really captures me the most, is that on high digital dexterity in organizations, it increases the likelihood of successful digital transformations by 3.3 times, which it means that if you have a leader who actually understood what digital transformation is and what it takes to actually make sure everyone is on board, this will increase that likelihood of not only the people, but also the entire organizations to transform digitally. And there's a hardly role. I think it's also important for all leaders, all at every levels, okay, to actually understand that there's hardly a role untouched by the need for digital dexterity. within organizations. Both office and deskless workers need basic competencies in collaborations. Everyone need these very basic competencies. Collaborations, I think that's a very nature of every organizations. We promote that for collaborations. But what about data literacy? How much of our employees have been actually trained or have been actually educated on how they see the data importance in the business? To my surprise, again, we're focusing so much on the mechanical side, making sure that people actually do things faster, that's very mechanical, but we don't actually educate them that with that faster, with not only looking at the faster, but also accuracy, timeliness, and all those kind of things that comes with data quality that should also be taken care of. So in this case, when we educate them holistically, not only on collaborating, but also understanding of how important the data that they actually supplied, this is another thing that I really believe that it actually improved the chance of success for digital transformations. Okay, and also, of course, the workflows, the processes, and information creations and retrieval. Another issues that I often encountered when facilitating businesses or assisting businesses on digital transformations is that mindset that this is my data. To actually get access to my data, or this is within the department in the business, to actually get access to my data, you have to go through you have to get my consent first. So we often forget that this data actually belongs to the company, not to the individual department. So when there's a process that would involve multiple departments, that kind of boundaries or ownership is no longer valid, because what matters is that this process is the company's process. So those resistance in sharing the data is a very, very real, and again, I think become the hurdles of many digital transformations projects. But again, I think this is actually a reality check. Perhaps we have missed certain things in our business process that ensuring, again, literacy on the data, that information creations and retrieval is another things that everyone should have. This is something that is very, very basic that everybody should know. No one owns the data except the company. Okay, so in this case, yes, the data entered by certain divisions, certain department, but when it comes to certain process, especially if other business processes requires this data, it's no longer yours. It's the business process that actually we should prioritize. So this is building all this kind of awareness has become more and more critical today. And again, if I sort of direct my presentations now to how we can actually make use all these digitalizations in financial sectors. It's very interesting that BNM actually have released a recent report earlier this year about financial sector blueprint. I wish I could have received similar documents from Bank Indonesia. I'm still trying to find one. I'm very sure there is. Maybe it's my weaknesses that I couldn't find one, but let's just use this as I think something as a reference if we can, because I think all of the financial sectors will gearing towards these directions. So when we are talking about digitalizations in financial sectors, there's a strategic trust tree, which is now more and more actually the financial sectors are looking at into how to future-proof digital infrastructures. Okay. Support a more vibrant digital financial services landscape. So I think I'm very sure some of this have been highlighted in the earlier sessions, and also on the security, okay, on the security and responsiveness, and how it actually support greater use of technology regulations and supervision. So all these are the part of the trust tree, strategic trust tree for financial sectors in Malaysia. This is the blueprint from Bank Negara Malaysia, BNM. Okay. But let's just, despite all this as the national blueprint, I think what is interesting for us to look at, which is I'm very sure this is relevant to all financial sectors, is the key infrastructure layers in digital economy, which we have to be aware of. I think this is a very common observations, which I think I'm not sure whether or how much has been implemented. I think irrelevant to that. What matters is that we have this awareness that when it comes to infrastructures for digital economy, we have data, okay, and we have procedures of payments. There's notions of identity, and there's notions of connectivity, which is what connects all the elements in this, which is internet and devices. So when we have all these key infrastructures element, then perhaps we can actually map to our financial sectors, to our businesses, on how we can actually strategize to get all these key infrastructure elements. What is the maturity of all these elements in our financial sectors? Because once we have understood, that collectively, these digital infrastructures are the foundations for digital economy use case. Once we know that to actually embark the transformations, the digital transformation within the organizations, eventually we will be geared towards what is happening surroundings at national level or at international level. So while we are equipping ourselves, while we are equipping the business with certain digital transformations, we also have to look at what is happening in surroundings. So I think this is one of the things that perhaps we can actually start to think and consider on in terms of technological adoptions. But what is interesting, Deloitte actually released another document long time ago on the predictions of future financial sectors, which is what is interesting. A lot of things have actually happening today on the needs of self-services, on the needs of data. With now a lot of more and more data is actually can be accessible through APIs, and more and more financial sectors now actually change the operating models. I think all these kind of things very much occur. Okay, so in this case means that what they've seen is kind of emerging in the past few years is kind of happening now, because we know that's where the technology comes in. That's where the technology becomes the perfect storm. With this storm, so there's a notion. I think I attended a very interesting talk last 2 weeks on the notions on the importance of us to be aware of with all this storm that is coming in the form of technology development. So the next question is, how should Islamic financial sectors react to this pressure of digitalizations? Just now we are talking about the technology already, but to what extent do we have to react to this? Because the pressure of digitalizations is there. You like it, you don't like it, it's there. But to what extent do we have to prepare? And what would be the strategy? And how much do we have to be ready to embrace the impact? Remember just now, sometimes the impact is not what we anticipated, but we have to embrace it, and we have to face it, and we have to make sure that we are ready for such, be that a very, very trivial impact or severe impact that we have to embrace. Before I answer that, I think we have to, again, look at a very important perspective on wealth that we have to be aware of when we are talking about money in Islam or wealth in Islam, which is different to neoclassical economics. They're actually looking at wealth as methodologically individualistic, assuming that self-interest drives economic behavior and generally excludes the interests of others. For our perspective is that we have these values or notions that our ownerships, we don't have this self-ownership, total self-ownerships, and because we know that Allah owns us, and by extensions of our wealth, our souls, and by extensions of our wealth, and economic individualism is far from Islamic notions of public welfare and communal rights. So in this case, I think we can recall one of the verse in the Quran, in Surah At-Tawbah, when Allah said, indeed, Allah has purchased from the believers their lives and their properties in exchange for paradise. So we have a different mindset. So when we have that, again, if we go back to the digital transformations, when we want to talk about RTI, this RTI will be different in Islamic finance. When we want to talk about digitalizations, this digitalization will be different in Islamic finance to some extent. Why? Because we have different values that actually governs, again, bound and governs us. So what are the things perhaps that we can think about when it comes to making sure our digital transformations really align in terms of values with what Islam is actually prescribed to us? One of the things we can actually look at things that was published recently. It wasn't talk about Islamic finance at all, but I think it's a reality check on how much the current conventions have moved away from taking care from what matters the most when it comes to wealth. And one of the articles here in World Economic Forum is about here's how to reap benefits of digitalizations in banking. So when I believe even my students, when they read this, the expectations, it will be like a very kind of pro technology, and like it's just all about promoting technology. But what is interesting about the narratives being offered here, if I may just highlight a few bits, is traditional brick and mortar banks have accumulated the extensive data through digital transformations, which can be used freely by the bank or commercial parties, while customers are excluded from reaping the economic benefits their data yields. And this has been a narrative. This has been actually a thing that people have talked recently. If people can actually generate from what I read, from what I buy, from what I see, from what I converse, what is the benefit from me? Except that businesses keep actually pushing a lot of notifications for me to buy more things or things that I have bought yesterday. So all these kind of things is actually leaving out the benefits from the customers, because the customers they actually donate the data, if I can put it, donations. I'm not sure whether that's the right term, but once the customers actually give the data out, which as the business, I think Islamic finance especially should actually give and turn that data back, values of those data back to the customers. Perhaps now with a lot of data can actually be easily retrieved, and you can actually again use the APIs to sort of enrich your data analytics. What would be interesting is to actually not only personalize the kind of support that you can have for certain segment, but also to actually look at how those products can actually help the community, can actually educate the community, can actually transform the community into much better livings. Okay, so in this case, I think we should give back those data, the values of the data that we've collected is in Islamic finance, especially to the actual users of those data. To actual owners, not users, owners of those data. Another things that actually I would like to highlight is on the proportions of internet users worldwide is still only accounts for 62.5%, even after the MDG reality check. Even after the MDG, still we are not reaching even 80% yet. 62.5% of the global populations. If banks provide financial services mainly through digital channels in the future, it will deny access to 3 billion people. Any user would need at least an electronic device and network connections to carry out the banking, adding premium to the being able to bank. So in this case, I think, again, let's have a look. The purpose of helping communities to manage their wealth should then be this something that also we need to think when we are transforming the business into digital transformations, think that no one actually left behind. And our digital transformations is also, there's a buy-in internally within the business, also buy-in externally from our customers. And to conclude, I'm not sure whether I have passed the time, but to conclude, just a food for thought before perhaps a lot more question and answer would be better, because I don't really know what is needed, because I know there's a variety of disciplines and varieties of backgrounds from in the audience. So maybe it will be a lot more constructive if we have much more questions and answer sessions. If I can conclude on the food for thoughts for digitalizations for Islamic finance, I think this is something that perhaps we can embrace when we can actually think about when we want to embark on the digital transformations and digitalizations in Islamic finance. First, perhaps the Islamic finance, or perhaps any organizations, any businesses, any Islamic finance organizations can actually think about first articulate and define and articulate what is your digitalization ambition and strategy? Let's put it transparently. Where are these digital transformations actually heading? So this can actually ensure the organizations, the buy-in from the organizations, and also align with the values. I think this is what often left out from most of the documents that we have today, aligning with values. Because we are different, we are unique. We have a set of dreams that's very unique to Islamic finance. The next one is assess your organization's readiness, digital business maturity. How digitally mature is the business, so that we not actually ambitiously change from level 1 to level 5 in one day. And another thing that is also critical with this is understand required critical capabilities. Does the people have the right competencies for us to progress? And seek out strategic partners. And again, I really hope that everyone can actually take this at least for considerations. Every Islamic finance, I think what we need the most is someone who actually, or partners who actually knows everything on the ground. You want to offer a product in certain areas. We are not sure how meaningful the product is. Then perhaps what would be nice is to actually get the NGOs or any strategic partners that can actually help not only this penetrate the product, but also bring the values of the product, so that we can actually improve the product and making sure that such products actually well accepted. On the same time, it brings, again, values to the community, because we are not thinking about profits, but we also want to make sure that those profits actually disseminated or actually conveyed or experienced by the customers. And last is check your design against emerging customer and constituent needs and desires, and ensure that they are at the center of your efforts. I think this is another thing that, again, going back to my initial slides, as much as you want to bring the technology in, as much as you want to equip yourself to face the storm, what matters the most is making sure the people around you to actually get ready for it. The fact that you are ready, but the weakest link is the people around you that actually open the doors for the storms to come in without you get ready. I think that would, again, become something that will be very deconstructive if it's not challenging at all. Okay, so I think that will be all for me. And again, looking forward for the questions and answer. I'll be reachable through emails, mirai@ium.edu.my. And again, looking forward for question and answer. And I really hope to learn from all of the participants here today. Thank you so much. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Kartiwi, for the very interesting talk regarding digitalization in the Islamic finance. So before we move to the second topic, I would like to summarize some points that we can learn from Professor Kartiwi's presentation. So in the beginning, she made explain about the distinctiveness of digitalization and digital transformation. And we understand that digital transformation impacts the digital workplace, the business outcome, and employee experience, in which digital dexterity is critical, in which human aspects is very important. A very interesting statement from Professor Kartiwi was that the missing ingredient of most digital transformation initiatives is a sustained and successful focus on improving employees and leaders' digital dexterity. If the organizational members are not able to use the technology, then the investment will be wasted and in fact can heighten employee change fatigue or resistance to change. So it is also important that workers need basic competencies in collaboration, data literacy, workflows, and information creation and also retrieval. Data is an important company's asset, and its quality is very important and determine the success of digital transformation itself. And there are several conclusion points that she also delivered. The Islamic Finance Organization can define and articulate the digitalization ambition and strategy. to ensure broad organizational alignment and Islamic values, and also assess the organization readiness for change and digital maturity. And also it is important to seek out strategic partnerships that align with transformation vision. And also lastly, check the design, which is against emerging customer and constituent needs, and ensure that they are in line with the organizational efforts. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Kartiwi, for the very interesting session. I would like to remind that we will have a question and answer session at the end of this plenary session for all the distinguished speakers. But first, I would like to invite the second speaker for this session, Professor Shahzad Udin. So before we start this session, I would like to introduce Professor Shahzad. Professor Shahzad is a professor of accounting and the director of Essex Accounting Center at the University of Essex. And Professor Shahzad is currently the editor of Journal of Accounting in Emerging Economics. Shahzad began his academic career in the UK in 1998 at Queen's University of Belfast, upon finishing his Master of Science and Ph.D. from the University of Manchester. Professor Shahzad has published on management control, including labor controls, governance, and sustainability in varieties of organizational and cultural settings. He has published in top accounting, development, sociology, and philosophy journals, such as Accounting, Organization and Society, Development and Change, Social Science and Medicine, Work, Employment and Society, and Journal of Critical Realism. It's an honor to have Professor Shahzad with us. He is going to deliver a topic about digital transformation in the public sector, particularly about smart cities and a new partnership exploring future research agenda. So without further ado, Professor Shahzad, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. Very good morning from the UK. In fact, it's very early morning. So I'm going to share my screen with you first and see whether it works. Yeah, can you see my slides?
Yes, Professor, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. So my talk will be slightly different than the previous talk, which is I enjoyed the previous talk very much because of the talk was on this, how one can implement digitalization, especially in banking sector. So this is about the digitalization process in the public sector. My focus would be really on, I think, probably biased towards academic research. So I'll be focusing on state of the art in the literature, that's work so far done by the academics in the area of digitalizations in public sector, and particularly in the smart cities. So my purpose is to really give some idea what can be done in terms of research that one wish to pursue future. So this is what the background of this talk. I think this conference is a testament that digital technology is affecting us in varieties of ways, and it's also affecting the whole society and economy. And public sector, of course, is an important part of that process. But the digitization is not, in fact, a new topic. If I think about even in the public sector area, researchers talking about, or practitioners talked about e-government and e-governance since 1990s. Especially, we see that in the Western countries. So why that we are talking about this e-government, e-governance, or digitalization? I guess the main purpose of any change that practitioners or policymakers wish to bring to either private or public sector is, especially public, to have some kind of value in it. So in case of public sector, the proponents of digital policymakers, they would like to see some public value that coming out of this process. And so what we see that especially in public sector, technology-driven changes in order to improve efficient processes, and just let me share this skin a bit bigger because it's probably is better. Just and also make it a little bit shorter. This one, and also these technology-driven changes in the public services apparently to improve the processes so that the public can get some value out of it. In the recent time, as you know, that the COVID-19, especially in many countries, that this idea of digitization sort of pushed it further in the public sector, especially in the public health areas. And I know that we are now talking on Zoom is partly because of COVID-19. So any particular crisis always sort of forces us to do something new, and this is sort of part of that. So let's talk about what the research has been done so far in that area. So we understand that research has been progressing on digital transformation in the public sector, but unfortunately, much attention is being paid on how this transformation kind of improve practices, processes, what are the success factors. I think in the previous talk, we saw some of those conditions that needed to have this digital transformation. Being an accounting researcher, I guess that my focus is really on the accounting and accountability side of things. So in my research, I've seen that not much attention being paid how these sudden changes in the public sector, especially in bringing this digitalization in the public sector, how they impact the accounting processes and accountability processes. And it's quite important because it's not, especially in public sector, if you bring in new stuff, then you need to sort of be able to cope with these kind of changes. But whatever research has been done on the role, the accounting accountability implication for digitizations, they're mainly, in my view, mainly sort of located in the Western countries. When I read the papers and journals, that's very hardly anything that we hear from non-Western countries, which the majority of the countries, majority of the world is basically absent, how this digitization affect the accounting and accountability process in the public sector. One can look, if you are interested, a recent public special issue published in Financial Accountability and Management Journal, and see how these accounting and accountability processes can be impacted by this digitization. So, if you are interested in the area, I think the following question might be interesting. How does digital information shape the accountability process in the public sector? Could be an interesting question to explore. Also, do they hinder, which we don't expect, but it's something to explore. Do they hinder or promote accountability? And in fact, I think the fundamental question everybody should be asking, the benefit, how does digitalization enhance public value, which is the main mantra of bringing this digitalization in public sector. So let me sort of focus on what kind of relationship that you might have on accounting and accountability processes from the digitalization of public sector. So number of issues, because of digitalization in public sector, one can see that there is a new flow of digital data that coming for the public sector officials. So one would like to know how that change the reporting practice and how they change the new roles for management accounting or accountants, and or how this can be digital data can be collected, processed, and made useful for decision making. So every time you make changes to the system, then you kind of have this kind of information that you need to process, and how in fact, because when you have a digital information, then you need to process it for the wider stakeholders. And finally, you perhaps need a new accountability system so that you can have some processes that people can make public sector officials accountable. So there is a number of ways that digitalization of public sector can have implication for public sector, and especially from the perspective of accounting and accountability. So hence, I think is a good question, good research question to explore, especially that people are interested in that side of things. Okay, so let me. Okay, so one of the digital agendas of public services is to create smart cities. When I say smart cities, is really looking at the sort of metropolitan where that a lot of urban development happens, and the purpose is to have the citizen to have better services from this local government or cities. Because my research is focused on the smart cities, hence I'm kind of, looking at it. So how smart cities have been defined is three elements being sort of put forward in the literature. So smart cities need to have a smart technology that where the citizen can go and get the services. Smart people, meaning that public sector officials, that whoever doing this smart city things, they need to be smarter in terms of being trained, well-trained, so that they can offer those services. And I think more importantly, the smart collaborations. So collaboration between the private sector and the public sector, because there is the assumption that these private corporations is always ahead of public sector. So therefore, the collaboration between these two might enable this local government unit or cities can be a smart cities through these collaborations. So those are the three elements being sort of defined in the literature. And of course, the main element of this being called a smart city is that the development of ICT, smart technology, that one cities need to have. So it's kind of in a smart city discourse, one need to see world or ICT in smart city. So when you talk about this technology, when you talk about the smart people, then you're really looking at the corporations or private sector at the forefront of these innovations and expertise. So for instance, the tech companies such as Cisco or IBM being so heavily involved in many cities to deliver this IT solution to the local government. And we don't have to look further. If I can give an example from the UK, that when COVID-19 happens, that the UK government wanted to develop this app to track the COVID infections, and they had to rely on this private sector to bring that forward. Not necessarily it was successful, it's in fact a dismal failure, but nevertheless, that partnership was there. And also, it's not just because the corporations are smarter than public sector, it's also because this partnership comes about that corporation was seen as a solution to the financially constrained city budget. So therefore, they would be able to help the cities to get into this new world of being smart. So the idea of this PPP, I think I'm sure that a lot of you heard of these terms, public-private partnership, has thus become a way for local government to do it more with less at times of recession strategy. So what we're looking at here, that the smart collaboration is one of the important parts of this being a smart city. And these smart collaborations to basically address these problems, that urban problems such as population health, pollution, and climate changes. But there is that involvement of corporation logics. When you sort of bring these corporations, private corporations, into private public sector, then you can see the clashes. That is market logic, which that corporation has to make profit out of it, whereas this public value is providing services. So that creates kind of clashes of ideals. So it should not be seen like a non-conflictual situation. Whenever I say smart collaboration, it sounds like it's that nothing, everything is a very without any conflict. So therefore, questions such as how do public and private actors collaborate in transforming a city into a smart city become an important object of research. And I would encourage, if you're listening, that this is something that can be explored in, for example, in Indonesia. So we look into that, this idea of partnership. This is quite an important, because partnership is the heart of having this digital technology into public sector. So idea of partnership is not something developed in the majority of the world, but developed in the US and UK, which is Anglo-American context. And I'm really talking about the context being so important. I'll come back to that later. So this idea of partnership developed in UK and USA context. So the idea of partnering suggests that private and public sector can reconcile potentially conflicting situation, and by reaching an agreement via contracting and transactional arrangements. So what kind of partnership you can see? So these contractual arrangements typically see the private sector initially spending some money, and then public actors then give them the lease kind of fee for their involvement. So in a sense, the public sector lack of money, so they're bringing the private sector for the initial investment, and the idea of private sector, by investing in technology, they get some profit out of it. And for the public sector, they improve the public services for the citizen. So that's kind of idea. However, the number of research being done on this kind of smart collaborations that we call it, and we can see that the research is really talking about a number of very, very important issues. For example, when you involve private corporations in the public sector, what you do lose the political control of the project. You also see the fragmentation of responsibility. Who does what? Who's responsible for the public services? Then inaccurate risk calculations, meaning that who actually taking the most risk? Is it the private sector or the public sector? And nevertheless, the final point is clash of ethos between public and private contractors. And PPP has been an issue, not only thus in the smart cities, but in other sectors. And again, this has been debated in the literature, but we're only focusing on the smart cities in this case. So who should be controlling the infusion of technologies into public entities have been debated in the literature. So some basically saying that we should have a more stronger governmental role, and others saying we should have a corporation's role. So basically the debate is about, should we have a bottom-up approach where that we allow the corporations to run this technological stuff, or where you have a top-down approach? In some countries, when you have a top-down approach, has been successful, whereas in some countries they didn't. So there is a debate there. So I think that hence these experiences are so different for different countries, and that warrants further explorations. So another question for audience, perhaps something that one can pursue, and I also pursued the same question in a different context. How this partnership, PPPs, are established in smart city initiatives, and what kind of role the local context, including economic, cultural, historical factors play in this process. I think in the previous talk, we heard about how Islamic values could impact this digitization. I think this is probably one of those issues that might have impact in PPPs in smart cities. So now I'm going to sort of share my story of Japan. So the project we've done in Japan is that we looked into smart cities initiatives, and we sort of looked into how historical, political, and cultural issues have impacted that partnership. And we have demonstrated that the culture and historical conditions of any country play an important role in smart city development. So any technological changes you wish to bring forward, either in private or public sector, that kind of culture and historical condition have an important role to play. So we develop a model of PPPs in Japanese smart city projects. It's not necessarily can be, translated into other contexts, but this is especially a unique case of Japan. And we found this smart city project rooted in the tradition of Japan Incorporated. I'll explain this a bit later. Sponsored capitalism and samurai ethos. So this is kind of I'm pointing out you towards that these are the context which becomes important when one wishes to develop smart city. So the partnership that in case of Japan that they have developed for bringing technology in the smart cities are not fragile, mainly because they are based on the traditional values of samurai ethos, a cultural glue that bring these two government and business together over history. Because samurai ethos is basically samurai who's the kind of in the political power in the history of Japan, and they sort of somehow got involved in the Meiji period into the business or in the businesses. So there has been a historical link between businesses and the politicians. So therefore, the bringing private sector into the public sector was much easier. Say that would be the case in, say, Indonesia. So because of the samurai's kind of conditions, they have been very successful. So also they're grounded in a moral principle of Japanese culture, that is harmony or avoidance of conflict. Those kind of cultural values have impacted how they run their private and public partnership. So if you want to look at the similar thing in Indonesian case, perhaps you also need to look how those kind of things might work out. So despite power asymmetry, meaning that sometimes government is powerful, sometimes business is powerful in a smart city situation or in a technological advancement, but that's rarely result in conflictual conditions in Japan. It's partly because the way they have managed this conflictual situation, because they brought those kind of historical and cultural conditions into play. So they managed to reconcile the potential disagreement. And also we have seen that business legitimacy, that what we usually see corporate logic or market logic or profit logic, apparently in Japan it privileges values of trust, moral debt and public image more than market logic of capital accumulations. So they are kind of a different way that Japanese businesses got involved in smart city project in Japan. And I do not expect to see that same thing happening in other countries. So therefore, there is no way that this is a universal way of building smart cities, because we are arguing that is based on historical relationship between the state and the business. So for us, is more important is context. For us, for any digitalization project, smart cities or public sector or private sector or banking sector, context, I'm sure that you would agree with me that context is more important. And now I'd like to show you how the advocates of digitalizations or advocates of technologists, especially in the West, are set of certain assumptions. In the previous talk, we saw what kind of conditions that you must have to have this successful digitalization. So I sort of listed out some of those assumptions. So for example, you need to have a well-developed private sector already. You need to have a well-educated public sector official or private sector. You need a private sector, then well-educated managers. You need to have a wider democratic values within the country. You need to have a formal or relational networking which works. Also, you need to have a strong institutions, especially regulatory institutions. So those kind of assumptions already made when these advocates of digitalizations are at work, especially in the Western context. Now, the question now I'm going to ask to the audience, perhaps we can talk about that in our question and answer session. Majority of the countries, which are not USA, UK, or some Western, apart from some Western European countries and America, majority of the countries do not have these settings. And I'm talking about macro setting required for this digitalization. For example, you don't have the strong public sector, lack of education and training, weak state regulatory institutions, weak democracy, and also I focus on the strong presence of informal relationship. This is quite an important feature that I like to focus on. So when you don't have the necessary conditions, which previous speaker already is sort of talking about, then how do you expect to have a successful digitalizations in the public or private sector? We already talked about in previous studies how countries with poor democratic and accountability structure, I'm talking wider accountability and democratic structure, are often overpowered by strong tribal, family, and social groups and their kins. And consequently, governmental organization practice may be intended not only to provide public service, but also to accommodate the minimum strong, powerful political social actors and groups. So basically what I'm saying is lack of strong democratic institutions often then drive both private and public sector to do something else, not necessarily only to serve the citizen. So the dominant exercise of informal political power over the digitalization process will have important implication for the success or failure. So given this, scholars in the non-Western countries of majority, so scholars in the non-Western countries to focus more on contextual factors in understanding the use, prospects, and success and failures of digitalization. This is kind of a research agenda that I'm trying to set. And I also ask for more intensive studies on the interrelationship between complex socioeconomic and sociocultural and political factors and digitalization in the public sector. And perhaps more case study stuff, appropriating this suitable theoretical lens for broader understanding of this role. So this is my last slide. Thank you for listening. I will be happy to have more discussion in the topic.
Thank you very much for the very interesting talk, Professor Shahzad. Before we move on into the question and answer session, I would like to summarize Professor Shahzad's talk this morning about digital transformation in the public sector. So digital transformation in the public sector aims to create public value in which COVID-19 has had significant impact to how public services are managed and delivered. There has been research conducted in this area. However, limited research has been done on the accounting and accountability implications. Thus, further research on accounting and accountability implications create a broad area for future research. And Professor Shahzad suggests several very interesting future research questions. The first one is, how do public and private sector collaborate in transforming a city into a smart city? How does the public and private partnerships are established in smart city initiatives, and the role that local contexts, including economic, cultural, and historical factors, play in this process? And how does the role that culture and historical conditions play in enabling more collaborative type of public and private partnerships? Professor Shahzad also highlighted a very interesting example that public-private partnership in smart cities are strong in Japan. This is due to the traditional samurai ethos, value of trust, a cultural glue that has held government and business together over history. However, there are many challenges. The majority of countries do not have the setting required for this type of digitalization due to lack of strong public sector, lack of education training, weak democracy, and the lack of strong presence of the informal relationship. So those are the very interesting future research areas for those maybe the participants who are interested to conduct research in this public sector area. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Tiwi and Professor Sajat for delivering such excellent talks. Now it is time for the question and answer session. I would like to first read the first three questions. The first one is from Rian from Universitas Gadjah Mada. This is a question for Professor Mira. According to Syariah, is the ownership of user-generated data falls upon the user or the provider? Can businesses benefit from users' data at all? And then the second question is from Rangi. This is to Professor Sajat. Do you think that incorporating the government's digital transformation process into a regular bureaucracy structure is a bad idea? And then the third question is also to Professor Sajat from Permana. So how do smart cities aim to be sustainable, and what would a future smart city look like to give advantage in economic? And I would like to invite Professor Mira first to respond to the question, and then I would like to invite Professor Sajat afterwards. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fitri and Prof. Sajat, for interesting session just now. For these questions, especially the first questions, on the, according to Syariah, is the ownership of user-generated data falls upon the user or the provider. I think it has been a long debate. I'm very sure that it's kind of like emerged in the digital footprint, almost in social medias, if not formal platforms, that this has been an issue that we will not be able to come to consensus, I think. But what matters, I think the priorities would be more on the how the businesses now should be more and more aware on how to use this information, how to use this data responsibly, because when it comes to ownership, there are justification, or there are kind of interesting perspective on how this is justified from the business perspective as well as from the user perspective. I think what is important for the user to understand is that we have options. Okay, so I think we do have that options. And in fact, when you actually sign up for any services or any products online, you would be able to see that as part of the terms and agreements, the terms of reference of such a company that would give you the awareness of how they're going to use the data. Even every social media does that. But the problem is sometimes, because it comes in a very long and sometimes some of the terms might not be user-friendly at all. So we often like just skip and then just agree to whatever they said and proceed to the next thing, as long as I can use the platform. That's basically it. But then again, if the company actually being accused of not using the data with permissions, they would be able to come up with that consent. You already consent us for you already consent us to use the data, but why now suddenly becomes an issue? So I think this is something that we have to be aware of as users. We do have that options. If you think that your information, your data will be used irresponsibly by the company or by the organizations, by the vendors, I think you are allowed to opt not to use a service, of course, or in certain countries, you can actually opt out not to be included in that kind of analytics. But on the other hand, from business perspective, it does bring a lot of values, not only on the product development, but also on improving the service. So there are two perspective, and on each perspective, there's a spectrum of how much actually it is being implemented. But what is important is that I think we have to again understand how to use this information for the business perspective, how the business actually use this information responsibly. Do not actually exploit, especially I think now what is sad is that some of the company opted to sell those informations, which I don't think that is within the boundaries of the companies to actually sell those informations. You can use that for analytics. Yes, we do give the consent for that, but to sell our informations, I don't think that is part of any agreements at all. So I think the business should understand that selling information should not be part of the options. And on the other hand, for the user's perspective, as I said earlier, you have to be more and more aware on what the options is actually available for you. And this actually comes in any way. For example, like you're using certain websites and there's options for cookies, right? Not cookies, but cookies on the websites, right? So I think it is good that you also expose yourself or make yourself more aware that you have options. You can actually disable certain cookies so that you don't actually include it as part of those data sets that the company might actually use for the analytical purposes. If you feel that it is not something that you would want to, then you have actually options to opt out. So again, this is something that requires a lot of awareness, a lot of educations, a lot of exposures, but all the stakeholders should actually actually contribute to how both businesses and the users aware of not only the ownership but the usage of these informations. Okay, so I believe that would answer the first questions. Or if anyone would like to unmute, or if the answer is not sufficient, if you would like to unmute, I think I'll be more than happy to address the areas that I haven't answered properly.
Thank you very much, Professor Kartiwi, for responding to the question relating to the importance of ownership and data access here from the user's perspective. So, and there's, before we move to Professor Sajat, there's another question for Professor Mira from Ani Universitas Gadjah Mada. And is digitalization in the financial sector still undergoing a subtle shift, or has it undergone such a massive transformation?
Okay, the landscape of digitalizations in financial sectors is very broad, if not, well, it's very hard to say which one of the others. Is it a subversive or is it a massive transformation is actually already in place? I think different from countries to countries, even within a country, different financial organizations, different organizations in financial sectors have actually embarked digitalizations at different scale. Okay, so some might actually started with the end part, which is what the users actually, what the customer actually interacted with, like now by providing internet banking and whatnot. I think those kind of financial sectors have actually see that it becomes a necessity now rather than options. So I think the scale of it is very varies. On the same time, there are some financial sectors, some organizations in financial sectors have embraced or have embarked a very massive transformations, like an end-to-end kind of transformations, and we've seen that happening. It's just that how success it is, I think it is still in progress, so it is too early to actually see how much benefits it brought to the company, and not to mention the RTI, going back to the RTI again, I think they are still building up a best way to actually assess those RTI now that more and more companies aware of the digital dexterity. I think maybe we can see a lot, but the scale is very varies.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kartiwi, for responding to the question. And now we move on to the questions for Professor Sajat. So it's a question from Rangi. Do you think that incorporating the government's digital transformation process into a regular bureaucracy structure is a bad idea?
Right. Thank you for the questions. No, I'm not against the digitization. So no, of course it's not a bad idea. But I think the main point I was trying to drive through is that that before one jumps into bandwagon of technological change, they need to show that they're ready to do that. In many countries, I have seen that they're trying to transform their bureaucratic structure into kind of a digital structure. And what happens, they ended up running both. So it became very costly. If the, I think as previous speaker said, if local conditions allows, then yes, of course, one should, embrace this kind of technological opportunities. There's also a problem of the, if you jump too quickly, there's also a problem of citizen protection, for instance. In the name of digitization, the state got involved in collecting confidential information from the citizen, which then used against their citizen when there is an issue of political harassment. So this is something one needs to be aware of. So suddenly UK and USA, in the UK or USA context, there's a lot of strong regulatory protection for the citizen or for the customer, as Mira said. So therefore, even the companies, if they wish to use those information in a particular way, they cannot do so because they will be sued. But do we have the same thing in the majority of the world? This is something that one needs to understand. So no, yes, yes, it would be good to have a digital structure, but the conditions, local context is quite important. Thank you. I hope that I answered the question, Rangi.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Sajat, for responding to the question. The next question is from Permana. So how do smart cities aim to be sustainable, and what would a future smart city look like to give an advantage in economy?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that the cities started to calling themselves smart is to get some advantage over other cities. In fact, the cities in Japan is called Yokohama City. They started calling them super smart cities. Now, in reality, to what extent, what it means? So it means different things for different cities. For Yokohama, it was about climate, how you make cities pollution-free. So it's good for the citizen. But in other cities, it's a kind of a different, like giving some more better services to the citizens. So it's different cities have different kind of idea to become smarter. So it could be economic, could be climate friendly, environmental friendly, and things like that. So yeah, I think again, this is, and how you make these cities smart. That's important question, because in the process of being smart, in fact, you become poorer because you invest a lot of money, or private sector invests a lot of money, and then you have to pay to this private sector to make you smarter. In fact, then over the years that your cities could be indebted to these smart cities. So one has to be careful. In Japanese case, it worked because the Japanese state and business work together. In UK, USA context, they often work, sometimes don't work. But at the same time, they have better, stronger regulations if any private sector does something not trustworthy. So do we have that same kind of cooperations or collaborations? Can we achieve that in other countries? This is something that we need to be careful of. Yeah, that's my response, I guess.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sajat. And a third question from Rara. She's from Universitas Gadjah Mada. What is the best scene for implementing Sharia fintech compliance within a public-private partnership, especially in developing countries? It's written for Professor Sajat.
Right. Yes, was the best scheme. In fact, I don't know. I don't want to pretend to know about this best technique. But what I like to make a point though, is clearly when you talk about Sharia law and Islamic values, that is different, distinctly different than what you see the smart cities or digital public sector in the West. So definitely has to be different than them. But this is something, again, that local expert has to come up with. So there is no single universal model of digitization. I think Mada would probably would agree with me. So this is, this is this Islamic scholars, Islamic values, or citizen, the values that citizens in that country hold must work with these technologists to find their own one solution, rather than borrowing, which I'm always against it, borrowing the model from the West. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sajat, for answering the question. And I think I would like to also welcome Professor Kartiwi, if you would also like to respond to the questions from Rara, from Universitas Gadjah Mada. Because I think that the Sharia fintech is one of your areas. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I believe similar to Prof. Sajat, when it comes to scheme, I think it's very specific, and I don't think the implementations would be one size fit all kind of things. But there are a number of rules of thumbs, which I believe Prof. Sajat have mentioned earlier, making sure that all the stakeholders, especially the people, our interests are really taken care of. And we are unique. Again, we are unique. Islamic finance should be unique. We should not borrow the model of the conventional or the Western, which is mostly focused on different areas of economic development, and they have different motives of economic development. Their success and our success are different. So I think, again, when we are looking at all these kind of partnerships, we have to make sure that the partnership is well guarded, to make sure that we don't actually violate the values, our beliefs, that because the beliefs is the on-off button on how we conduct our transactions or our beings. In our transactions, I think, would be the right words in our daily life. So I think that would be something that perhaps we should consider very critically. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kartiwi. There's another question for Professor Kartiwi. Can the digitalized Islamic finance be compatible in every country all around the world? What if some non-Muslim majority countries dislike the Islamic labels?
Okay, this is very interesting questions. I think we should also have a look at the Muslim majority countries. Indonesia, the biggest Muslim populations in the world. How many Muslims actually able to see that having the Islamic labels on it is actually a value add? I've spoken to, it's interesting, like a few years ago, I've spoken with some of my extended family members, and she's currently still working with conventional banks. And I was asking her, why don't you work in Islamic? I'm in Syariah bank. There are so many Syariah banks now. And she said, I've spoke to some of my friends working in conventional bank, but what they said is just the same as, in Islamic bank, Syariah bank, but what they said is just the same as conventional bank. So that sense of understanding, that sense of that we actually have a different purpose in Islamic finance is not there. So I think this is perhaps that we should also look at internally within the financial sectors, as well as externally, like we have to educate. We still have a big homework to educate the people that is working in the financial Islamic financial sectors on what it is being working there, and what it is helping the community, the Muslim community, that is should be also aware of the nobleness of Islamic finance. So I think this is a big issues not only for non-Muslim countries but also even for Muslim majority countries, because apparently our homework is not settled yet, and yet Islamic financial sectors have been on the ground, have been in the countries for more than few decades already, right? So I think it's something that we have to start check within the Islamic countries and also the non-Islamic country, but having experience. I'm very sure Prof. Sajat can share his experience as well living in UK. But when I was living in Australia, I think the issues is a lot of not only on awareness but also on the issues of sometimes we are still comparing on the service between conventional again Islamic finance. So I think that again becomes the hurdles for Islamic finance to actually progress in non-Islamic countries, because the buy-in from the Muslim communities is also often lacking. So if we want to again progress, educating awareness, especially on these very critical issues of riba, that is haram and all those kind of things, and educating how important it is for us to assist the development of Islamic financial sectors collectively is important in the non-Muslim community, in the non-Muslim countries. Okay, Wallahu alam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kartiwi, for answering the question. There is another question to Professor Sajat. Many developing countries experience difficulties in public sector digitalization due to lack of skill. How can we resolve this?
Yeah, thank you. So before this question, can I make some comments on the previous question?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, my first reaction of the question, why do you care if they are not comfortable in all countries? Even in the UK, there appears to have at least 2 or 3 very well-functioning Islamic banking there, Islamic banking products in the UK. So, why? Because people are interested in it. So there are customers that who are living in the UK are interested in Islamic products, finance products. So I don't know whether they're real Islamic finance or not, but they are actually selling it as Islamic finance mortgage product. So maybe they are, maybe they aren't. So the answer to the question should be, really, I was thinking, yeah, if there is values that products carries, the local values that which are important for the local populations, you don't care whether they are comfortable in other countries. You pursue your values in the social, economic, and political lives that are important to you. Sorry for ranting on that one. Let me answer this question. Yes, I think this is not only, look, I actually don't like the word developing countries. Unfortunately, this is the word that people often use. When I started my research, I myself use that word as a developing or emerging. But the more I kind of do research on this in this area, I like to call it a majority world. So basically, if you take some Western European countries and few Anglo-American countries, the rest of the world are different than these countries. So, and also often any problem that you see is always because of developing countries, not necessarily so. It's public sector organization in the UK also have this kind of problem of skill problem, not only just in developing countries. So what I'm really responding this question in a way that I'm not saying that if you suddenly trained everyone in the public sector on technology and you have a successful digitalization in public sector, because one such factor isn't enough to make it a successful smart cities or successful public sector. So you have to have other conditions in place that to make it a success. Yes, I agree. In poorer countries or majority of the world, some of the skills are not there, but also in developed countries, as you said, they have a similar problem. But that whatever that needs to come from the source, which is that whichever public sector organization wish to develop technologically driven organization, that has to come from within. So if any specific unique training is required, they have to give that to their employees. So there should not be any kind of a wider training module that suitable for everyone. And I actually like kind of Japanese way of doing things because they're not necessarily borrow Western model to develop themselves. They actually develop themselves within considering their own context. This is what Japanese do very, very well. They bring the ideas, they learn the ideas, and then try to see how does it fit with the local context, with the local values, local cultural traits, and their historical conditions. So the smart cities I see in the UK, USA, is so different in the way that they've done it in Japan. So similar kind of principle I'm also following here. So yeah, if there is a lack of skill that needed for particular technological advancement in a particular public sector, then that has to come from within. What kind of skills that you need? So there is no point of just bringing a whole bunch of technological changes in one go within in one public sector. It doesn't really work. Yeah, so gradual process and contextually situated and culturally sensitive. So those are what I like to use when you wish to train your public sector officials. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sazad, for responding to the question. Are there any more questions from the participants? Okay, in terms of
shortly address, there's one question which is kind of similar to the previous one, which I'm not going to comment much on the again embracing and compatibility. Prof says that have also. I'm so glad that you agreed with me on that compatibility. It's not so much of an issue actually, but on the second part of the questions, I think it's kind of interesting. Do we have to arrive at one platform that serve the entire Muslim Ummah? I think differences is also a blast. I believe differences is also a blast in Islam. To come up with one platform, I think it's a very long journey. What is very important and critical now is to synergize. And synergize within one country, synergize between countries, between Muslim communities in different countries. I think that is what more critical today. So, and another thing that I believe in Islam, we do have this principle of fastabiqul khairat. You compete in goodness. So come up with one platform, but if that one platform will becomes the hurdles or the challenges for us to progress because we cannot compare, we cannot see, we cannot, we getting more and more compliance, I think that is an issue. But having different platforms, having multiple organizations, striving to actually giving a good services in Islamic financial sectors, that's actually healthy. So I don't think the ideal scenarios would be having one, but synergize. I think that would be more critical. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kartiwi, for also addressing to the questions. So we have reached the end of the Q&A session, but before we close this session, I would like to invite Professor Kartiwi and Professor Sazad to give a closing statement. So Professor Kartiwi, please, you're welcome to
All right. So thank you again to organizers, Universitas Gadjah Mada and the team. I'm truly grateful. I'm truly thankful for the sessions. Able to learn from all esteemed speakers is a blast in today's as part of today's conference. And as a closing remarks, perhaps I would just recall some of the things that I have highlighted earlier on the digital transformations. It should not be technological driven, although it is digital transformations, but it should not be technological driven, but it's on the benefits, the values. It should be values driven. So whatever things that makes the organizations progress, be that through embedding the technology, be it through upskilling and reskilling, the mindset should be the common bottom line should be whether this will bring values to the business, to the people that the business serve, and of course to the community. In Islamic finance is the Muslim Ummah, of course. So I think I really hope that there's a shift of paradigm from technology focus to values focus for the Muslim Ummah. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kartiwi. And now I would like to invite Professor Sazad to give a closing statement.
Oh, thank you very much. And again, I'm honored and pleased to speak on a topic that I like. And also I like digital transformation, but that allowed us to speak from the UK to you guys, but I prefer to be physically present so to have more interactions. I'm going to probably see some of you guys in Gadjah Mada, which I'll be visiting very soon. Hope to see you soon. But the main point really from my talk, I hope that I wanted to drive through today, is that context is important, whatever we do. So often that contexts are enriched by historical conditions, political situations, cultural values, in some cases that religious values, in some cases non-religious values. So those are the important things for changes, any changes, not only technological, any changes the one wish to bring forward to the organization. So the kind of broad point I wanted to make, I hope that I also have raised some of those research questions. If academics in that area wish to pursue, perhaps that can for the colleagues. And I'm assuming that presentation slides will be shared among the audience, so they'll be able to see what is important for them. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to see you guys in physically, probably some point in November, October.
Thank you very much, Professor Sazad. Once again, thank you to our distinguished speakers, Professor Kartiwi and Professor Sazad, for such an interesting discussion on digital transformation in Islamic finance, smart cities, and public-private partnership in the public sector. We have learned from real-world experiences of these topics from many contexts, including Malaysia, the UK, Australia, and also Japan. And we would be very happy to welcome Professor Sazad and also Professor Kartiwi in the near future to our campus here at the Gadjah Mada. Before I end this session, I would also like to thank all the participants and the committee of the 10th Gadjah Mada International Conference on Economics and Business, and also the 7th GAMAICI. And that's all from me today. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I give the forum back to Ms. Eta.
Thank you very much, our moderator, for leading our second session today, Mrs. Fitri Amalia. And thank you all the speakers, Professor Kartiwi and Professor Sazad Udin, for the insightful discussion today. Hope it will be beneficial for the development of economics, finance, and business research in Indonesia.